Connection. Yes. Set priority above normal. Yes. Set to live chat. I see a victim already. Who is our first critter? Hello, Francis. Splotchy67. Rick is here. Hello, my dearest critters. TK's 3D prints. Come on, number 5. Say something. You can't hide from me. I see you. And number 6. Better not be messing around, cat. I hear you. 7 Westwood. Hit that like button for your lizard king. See, I have to keep telling people that ETP is not cannibalism because I'm a lizard, they're humans, so there's no cannibalism going on there. Unless, of course, some of them are lizards. So I'll have to check first. Oh, yeah, if you want, sure. I can do that now, actually. And I've added names to most of them so that you'll know what they are. Rick asked if I was going to upload files from the SD card. And yes, that's easy. The one problem I had, I think I've solved. Sometimes the 0 point doesn't set properly. So your first layer seems to be inconsistent. But I figured out how to make it consistent. What it is they have a spring-loaded hot end. So the hot end actually sits on 2 rails with springs. So the hot end is capable of moving up and down. That is probably to make sure that if you accidentally have it too low, that the crash can't tear the thing apart, because, you know, it's largely plastic in there. Hey, Maker Viking. And, well, sometimes if that hot end doesn't reset properly, well, then your first layer is going to be a little different. Yeah, we had that replaced last week, and I actually replaced the router again because the Nighthawk Wi-Fi mesh router was not working properly. There's a firmware problem with that router, and nice. Well, once we get a little busier, I'll tell people to head on over there. Yeah, you got to, you'll be able to post links. Hey, Pygar, and so I have 2 aspects to my network. You have the 5 gigahertz network, which is what you connect all your stuff to, and then you have the 2.4 gigahertz legacy network. That's critical because all of my IoT devices are 2.4 gigahertz only, and I have about 30 of them. Most of my IoT devices are switch controls, so mostly so that I can what's gone already? No, I think we're good. I think we're okay. Although, where did everybody go? All of a sudden, it dropped down to 10. Yeah, weird. So I not only need the 2.4 gigahertz network for my IoT devices, but I need it to be named GER space 2.4 gigahertz so that those devices will automatically reconnect to it. The new router has an auto negotiate capability. So if you tell it to connect to the one network, it'll negotiate 2.4 or 5 gigahertz automatically. And that actually did work for one device, but I don't feel like going and reprogramming 30 devices because they're a real pain in the ass. It would literally be an all-day endeavor because you'd have to go to each device, press and hold a button on the device to reset the device and put it in pairing mode, then load the app, tell the app what the device is, find it, and then give it the credentials for the network, and then move on to the next device. So, yeah, no. I'd rather just get a different router. But for whatever reason, on the Nighthawk mesh router, the one with 2 satellites, it comes with 2 satellites. So you plug them into Ethernet, and I could put one down at that end of the house and one down at that end of the house with the primary unit in the middle, and I'd get excellent coverage throughout the whole house. It'd be wonderful. But for some reason, anytime I even attempt to activate the 2.4 gigahertz side of the network, Wi-Fi on the entire device is just murdered. It dies. In fact, no, my Android devices won't connect, my IoT devices won't connect, my Windows PCs won't connect. In fact, the only computer that'll connect is this particular Windows 7 PC. And it's the only one that'll connect. And I have to then do a hard reset of the entire router and reset the whole thing to get the Wi-Fi back again. No idea why. There's something wrong with their firmware. They've already issued 2 firmware updates and neither one fixed the problem. So that, sadly, is going to get panned from me on review because it's a fundamental function that's broken. So another router popped up from Vince. Sadly, I was worried at first, another Netgear router, the 6700. But it worked perfectly. I plugged it in, went through the wizard, flawless, set up 5 gigahertz, 2.4 gigahertz, all my IoT devices connected. Worked perfectly. So weird. I'm assuming that means clogs. If you're getting clogs, that implies you have a hot end issue. Meaning there's something wrong in the hot end, Rick. So if it works fine on one PC and not on the other, first of all, 0.4 is a little risky for carbon fiber and wood. Everything looks good on my end. It says excellent connection. I have no drop frames. My CPU's at 35%. And I'm running at 3K. So hit refresh. Yeah, that's something on YouTube's end. On this end, everything looks okay. No drop frames, 2700 kilobit per second, 35% CPU, excellent connection. Everything seems good as to the best of my ability to tell. So that's on a independent YouTube side, meaning between you and YouTube. Things get a little weird sometimes, or the browser even. I've had Firefox do weird things sometimes, and Chrome too. So this router seems to be working. I actually got another one, an Eagle Pro router, which at some point I'll test. But just in case the replacement Netgear didn't work. But this standard non-mesh Netgear seems to work just fine. So not going to rock that boat. It's working. Well, carbon fiber and wood are going to have more drag because they have more stuff in them. So if you have something causing drag in your hot end, it might not manifest with PLA, and then it will manifest with carbon fiber and um, wood, because they have fillers. So that filled aspect is going to cause you a potential problem. I can pause that. I'll save a little CPU cycles. The I also got a new band for the watch, which is freaking phenomenal. I hate the silicone band so much. The first of all, it's too tight, and second of all, the silicone bands just irritate my skin. It just annoys the hell out of me, the silicone band. So I got at first I thought they were expensive because it was like $20, and then I realized you get 10 of them. I was like, okay, it's not such a bad deal, but it's a fabric band, so it's a stretchy nylon band. And what you do is you take the little pins out of your original band, and you put them in this new band, and it's adjustable. And oh man, what a difference! How do you get a carbon fiber effect? How does that work? I mean, there has to be something in the PLA to do that. Also, remember, carbon fiber is going to tear up a brass nozzle pretty fast. I mean, even if it's not carbon fiber, it has to be something. There's got to be something in there to cause that effect. Oh, no. It's Rexy! I'll wear Rexy in any color. If you're not familiar with who that is, that's there's a reason he's got crutches and bandages. There's a channel called How Ridiculous, and they have a little Rexy creature, and he usually gets involved in every one of their drops because their channel is basically gravity drops. So they have access to a high tower and other things, and they do some crazy shit. They toss off that tower. but but this guy gets wrecked a lot. They should call him Rexy Wrecked because he gets wrecked. And so I got one of their T-shirts. So that's Rexy. So I even got one of the Rexies. So it's here somewhere. It's one of the rubber, toy dinosaur things. I gotta say, I got from Vince, I got some Starbucks coffee beans to put through the coffee machine. This is Cafe Verona. It's supposed to have a dark cocoa and caramelized sugar flavor. That is some of the best damn coffee I've had yet. It has no bitterness whatsoever. It's a dark roast, and it's got zero bitterness. And I've got the concentration jacked up on the machine because I like it stronger. The But yeah, that's some of the best coffee I've ever had. I mean, it's absolutely delicious. It's got a great flavor. It's ultra smooth, and it has like no bitterness, like none. I'm really, really impressed by that. Let's see, Cafe Verona. I'll just link to the whole darn page. Because you can get it ground, you can get it in K-Cup. Yeah, it tastes wonderful. I guess it's just that the way my dad made it sucked. I guess. Because I think it tastes delicious. It's cheap. There's tons of flavors available. we just got a, we love the K-Cups, even though they're not that great for the environment. But we love the K-Cups, especially get them so cheap. I mean, I buy them at 30 cents a piece. And it's just so easy. I have these little bottles. I don't have one here to show you. It's a little 8-ounce bottle, and I also got 11-ounce bottles. They're glass. And, well, I guess I should preface this with an explanation. We can't use tap water. Our water is very, very hard, like ridiculously crazy hard. Like the grains is off the chart hard. And I boil water, and there's a white coating in the pot when I'm done. And that's all the calcium that precipitates out of the water. And on top of that, it has a very heavy mineral content. It's safe. It's technically safe to drink. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing dangerous about it. But it tastes like absolute shit. I mean, it tastes what I would imagine ass would taste like. But it's really, really bad. It's just so bad. And I noticed that when we first got the water turned on in the house, obviously the first thing I did after getting the water heater installed was get a shower. And something I typically do in a shower is I brush my teeth in the shower. So I was Do you guys remember that was it Fear Factor or something else? Where the guy sniffed the guy's ass in the dark? Oh my god! Oh my god, that's such a good clip. If you haven't seen that, go find it. I want to say it was Fear Factor. It was one of those kinds of shows. So they put everybody in bodysuits in the dark, so it's pitch black. And this one thing, they had to sniff stuff and say what it was just by smell. And this guy stuck his nose deep in that guy's ass. Oh my god! When he says, "That smells like ass," and then the ding goes off saying he got it right. And the shift on his face. Oh my god! It was. I gotta try to find that and give you guys a link. It's so good. Oh my god. Oh, it's a show called Blackout. So here, you guys can watch it too. Since I can't play it, I'll get in trouble. But it's one of those shows where you have to smell things in the dark. And let me see if I find the scene. I don't know if that's it. Yeah, there it is. He really gets in there. It's so freaking funny. It's hilarious. I don't know if I would react in good humor and just roll with it, or if I'd be looking to eat somebody. Not that kind of eat. Wrong choice of words. Freaking delicious. Hello, Timothy from Roswell. Oh, man. Hello, Alec from Scotland. I cannot get over how good that is. I mean, I really think that's the best I've had yet. I mean, better than the pumpkin spice, better than the cinnamon, better than all of them. I don't think I've had one that good yet. Just for a general, it's not a specific flavor kind of thing. It's just good, clean, smooth, no bitterness whatsoever. Zero. Different strengths of coffee. Well, it depends on how much creamer you put on. I'm going to have to try it without creamer. It's so damn smooth But I might have to try that without creamer and see how it tastes. Yeah. and then the ding saying you got it right. And then it dawned on him. Oh my god. The bell was the perfect. It was so epically perfect. It was. Oh, by the way, I finally recharged it. Yeah, I was down to 26% after 6 weeks. So this thing can go 2 months with light usage, which means I could basically charge it once a month. And if I miss by a week, it's okay. So yeah, this is my new all-time favorite dumb smartwatch because they nailed it. They nailed the battery life issue. Oh, and no funky freaking little magnetic dock thingy. It's an actual full-on cradle. So the watch solidly clicks into place. And there's no question whether you got it plugged in or not. So just a simple USB. A lot harder to lose that too, since it's not just a skinny cable with a little magnet on the end. I got an LED strip for the printer, and I know. Neither have I. Never heard of the show either. The only experience I have with the show is that clip. But oh my god, just the, I mean, because he really digs his nose in there too. I think there's a better clip that they don't censor it. Because this one looks like it's got pixelation to censor it. But he's bare ass and he sniffs and he goes, like he recognizes it sort of. And then he sticks his nose deeper in there. He's like, that smells like ass. And then the bell goes ding. Like, yes, that's what it is. Oh my god, it's so good. So I intentionally got a 24-volt LED strip, even though the printer's 12 volts. Because I know for a fact, if I run this at 24 volts, it's going to be way too bright. It's just going to blast the inside of that chamber like a solar furnace. So I figured get a 24-volt light and run it at 12 volts, so it'll be a lot dimmer. And I'm kind of concerned about the fact that it says, don't use 5-volt or 12-volt power supply. I'm hoping that just means it'll be too dim and not that it simply won't work. So I guess we're going to find out. I got a little cob light. So we just got to snip off the wire and play around with it. Can I? I wonder if I could just straight up plug this in. Oh, wouldn't that be interesting if this fit? It does. And it did not light up. It did not work. It did not light up at all. It is a positive tip, which is normal. This does not say what the conductors are, so we'll have to test it. Well, it has a door, so I can keep the cats out. Select. Nope. Why can't I select continuity? Looks like continuity is only available in the auto mode. Oh, I can do a hold. There we go. Now let's figure out. So is this negative ground? Yes. So this is negative ground, so the polarity is correct. I put a voltmeter to the shield and the ground. But when I plug this in, nothing happens. Like, it doesn't do anything. So this actually has circuitry that prevents it from working if it's not 24 volts. That would suck. Carbon fiber is beautiful filament. It is correctly wired. And I don't see any circuitry. So how would this even know it's only getting 12 volts? Or 20, yeah, 12 volts. What the hell? That doesn't even make sense. $500 volts? What the hell? That can't be right. It's saying it's putting out 470 volts. I mean, that's clearly wrong. I think this is another meter. Maybe. Yes. Let's try a different meter. Sorry about that. I tried to see if any voltage was passing through the cob array, and it said 470 volts. So I put it on the power supply, and it said 470 volts, which is clearly very, very wrong. So I'm going to try a different multimeter. Okay. Seriously? You gotta be all wrapped up? Seriously? Like, how did that even happen? $12.38 volts. That's what I expected. Okay, so that other meter must be auto-ranging wrong or something like that. And 12.38 volts through the cob. So something in this cob array will not permit it to illuminate at 12 volts. So it's not dimmable, I guess. Well, don't that just suck? I got that for this. So I guess today is going to be a show and tell on what I printed with it, and we're not really going to be able to make any modifications because I don't have the camera yet. I don't have the charge controller yet. And I need to get more of these plugs because I don't want to damage the actual printer itself. So I'm actually going to plug it in, you know, through the normal plug. Okay. So why the hell was this thing reading 470 volts? Where the hell was that coming from? Let's try that again. Common, live. We are not on amps. Seriously? Come on. Don't mess with me. Now it's showing 12 volts. It must have been an auto ranging issue. Yeah, now it's showing 12.4 volts like it should. Very weird. Let me get this put away, because I'm very bad at putting stuff away. Hello, Italy. LK4 Pro, good printer. You don't need to calibrate anything. The only thing you need to calibrate is your printer profile. And, you know, it's the standard deal. 3 walls, 3 top, 3 bottom, 0.2 millimeters. I run mine, I believe, at 0.94. So extrusion multiplier 94% or 0.94. And it should print great. 60 millimeters per second default speed. Make sure you're doing 20% for your first layer, 220 degrees for your first layer. After that, whatever temperature you determine is best for your plastic. Make sure you're doing your walls inside out, not outside in if you're using Cura, because Cura defaults to outside in. So my Voodoo box has got all my prints. I've been a busy critter. I've been having a lot of fun printing all the things. This out of the way. And of course I would fling it, wouldn't I? Just typical. Typical of me. Yep, my knees did not like that. Come on, chicken. No drunk chicken today. No problem. Idea Maker was good. I like Idea Maker. Well, the problem is every time you start a layer, it's usually not perfect when you first start that layer. And so you don't want that imperfect start on your exterior layer, which is what you're going to see. So I always do inside out. Working whistle. If you have headphones, rest in peace. Get down, or I will skin you. Don't see your dragon? What dragon? You have to send me it. So let's bring this a little more like this. So you guys saw the Marvin I did last week. he came out acceptably. I could tune it to be better, of course. At very coarse settings, 0.4 millimeter layer height. And what else did you guys see? The vase, it is airtight and watertight. And of course, vase mode typically comes out darn near perfect. And that is also at 0.4 millimeter layer height. This has a 0.6 millimeter nozzle on it, which is something I've been telling them to do for a long time now. And one of them finally did it. And that makes printing much more reliable. Link to a dragon. Oh, cool. Crash? Is it going to crash? We're about to find out if Firefox is going to crash. No, it didn't. It did not crash. So I've got the dragon in there. Downloads. Hey, Lightspeed. The dragon. Extract to the dragon. Oh, no infill, huh? We're going to get that printing right now. Why not? Dragon. What's the difference between the OBJ? Let's load the OBJ. Parsing OBJ file. Come on. Come on. Sometime this decade. Chilled Welsh Dragon Incense Burner. Oh, that's cute. Will this one crash it? No. Okay. It is still parsing OBJ file. Why is that taking so long? Because I have priority set for OBS. So we'll just show what else I got. I printed these little print-in-place clips, and they worked good. And I also scaled one up just because. Boy, I'm seeing some lag. There we go. So these are little clips, little flex clips. I also thought this was kind of cool. So this is a nozzle holder for like the Ender 3 CR10, and it fits into the extrusion. So it's a cap for one of your 2020 rails. So I thought that was pretty neat. Well, it said the dragon said low, as in low resolution. So I figured the OBJ is a higher resolution file, so I opened that. This came out real nice. Not quite waterproof. There's a tiny leak somewhere, so I'll have to tweak that. But this vase is gorgeous. There it goes. Come on, autofocus. There we go. Look at that. Real nice. And this was printed at 0.1 millimeter. The printer will not print 0.04 millimeter. Something goes wrong with the steps of the extruder motor, and it stops properly extruding plastic. So you cannot go to 0.04. That was a bit of wishful thinking for a plastic toy printer. But 0.1 millimeter, no problem. Absolutely stunning. Now, of course, first 3 layers are 0.4 millimeter. This way you don't have to attempt to dick around with leveling a 0.1 millimeter bed on a tiny plastic printer. And then what I do is I use multi-process and I switch to 0.1 millimeter. And that came out stunning. I also printed the Flintstone vase. You can't even see the layers. I mean, look how smooth that is. off this $115 toy. I mean, that's just amazing. Even at 0.4 millimeter, the layers are very consistent. So that is printed at 0.4 millimeter. So very, very impressive. Now, a lot of these prints are, you know, not the greatest quality in the world because they're the default files that it comes with. They're okay. The teddy bear is actually a pretty good example. That came out real nice. I'm not sure what they're doing in some of their profiles. Print a shadow box in one go. I want to do 4 separate layer sections spaced out to complete the scene. What do you mean? What do you mean by shadow box? And what do you mean in one go? Then we have the elephant, which printed very nicely. Nice clean layers. I'm trying to get the light to catch the layers so you can see them. There it goes. Did a really good job. That's included on the SD card. Then you have this, I call it critter. No, this is, I think this is when I turned the printer upside down, and that's when I did not realize that the hot end was spring-loaded. This is that one, I call it contemplation. It's just a person thinking. A little 2-piece sailboat. It works kind of okay. It doesn't stick in there very well. You have to glue it in. But it even managed to print the little anchor hole right there. See? It even got the little anchor hole. The pagoda was one of the nicest ones of the included files. Printed very nicely. And again, all these are at 0.4 millimeter, so every one of these printed in less than an hour, except for some of the prints I did. All the 0.4 millimeter prints print in less than an hour. You guys, of course, saw we did the 2-color shark. We did that last week. And of course, the flexible prints worked perfectly. I didn't have to free the joints. I didn't have to do anything. It came off the print bed, and it was already free and wiggling around. So that's the little hamster. Old school cell phone. Hey, Jamie. Hey, Alec, let me know what you mean by shadow box and 4 separate layers. The little award printed nicely. Little giraffe. I did that grenade vase at 0.1 millimeters, and it came out absolutely fine. The facets that you're seeing are part of the model. That's built into the model. I did a model with supports, and as if any of you guys who have messed with larger layer heights will know, thicker layers are more difficult with supports because, well, you're depositing a thicker layer of plastic. Not bad, considering it's a 0.4 millimeter layer height. About what I would expect from support from a big nozzle. And I also had support under the little hands. Not the greatest print in the world. It needs some tuning. But this was one of my early prints. But it shows that support is viable. It did work. And I also, that's heavy too. I put a lot of infill in there. I did one of those little fidget heart things. So that's got all the different layers. And they printed fine. First layer stuck fine. Those things are fun. So again, print it nice and clear. I don't remember what... This is at 0.4 millimeters as well. Little kitty cat. There it is. Then I also had the shadow box is I'm assuming a box. 4 flat silhouette clouds at the back, then space, then trees. Okay, I know what you mean by shadow box now. So what do you mean by 4 separate layer section? You mean 4 separate files on the print bed at the same time? Absolutely. If they'll fit, you can print them fine. Your primary issue is first layer discipline. Yeah, I probably have it under Flexies. But yeah, if I have the files, then the heart will be in the folder. Let's see, fidget heart. I took the middle one and scaled it up a little bit. And here is the link. That's what I love about Thingiverse. You get the zip file with the README file that includes a link back to the resource. And there you go. Hello, Matt1 UK. But yes, I'm printing 4 at the same time as long as they physically fit within the print volume. Should be no problem. Your primary issue, Alec, is it? Yeah, Alec. Your primary issue, Alec, is how good is your first layer? Because the more you print on the first layer, the higher the probability of failure. And if one of the 4 fails, it's probably going to cause the others to fail. So you need to make sure your first layer is good. As long as your first layer is good, you can print as many parts on that first layer as you want, as long as it physically fits within the print volume of the printer. So I was printing these. I designed this in Tinkercad. Took me about 20 minutes. So in my kitchen, I have a bunch of kitchen gadgets. So in the one space, I have a 4-slice toaster, a crock pot, a little miniature air fryer, a full-size air fryer, a fly catcher. It's a little fan UV light with a sticky pad inside to catch all the little fruit flies. Works okay. Apparently it depends on the kind of flies. And also my rice cooker, which I have to use very carefully because it's defective, and they sent me a new one and it's defective too. So what happens is I run the rice cooker, it does the 20-25 minute cycle to cook the rice, and then at that point it's supposed to stop cooking the rice. It's supposed to detect when to stop. Somehow I guess it knows when the temperature starts to rise above 212 degrees, then it knows the water's gone. That depends on the shadow box. You can only print a shadow box standing up if you follow all the appropriate rules for a print. Meaning, for example, if he had a shadow box with a tree, that's not going to work because you would need support for the bottom of the tree because it's going to be in midair. So he's probably going to be printing them flat. It would have to be carefully designed scenes to print them vertically. And you'd be very limited because you couldn't have any extreme overhangs. It'd be like trying to print this in this orientation. You're going to have a lot of problem with those links. That's why you print it like this. Yeah. That's what we got, and that's what this does. Basically, it's a fan that sucks air. The UV apparently attracts them. The fan blows through, which sucks the flies in. And then as they pass through, inertia actually works the same way a mask works. By physics. The fly can't move with the airstream fast enough, and it impacts the sticky pad inside. And they get stuck. So the problem is I only have a 30-inch counter space in that one particular section where I have the outlet to plug everything in. So I realized I could double layer it. So you could buy these shelving units. Where did I put the other one? It's over there. These little shelves are metal shelves that are expandable. So I can put, for example, the way I have it now, I have the toaster and the crock pot. It's a little crock pot since it's just Michelle and I. I have the toaster and the slow cooker crock pot underneath the shelf, and I have the air fryer, the blower, the milk frother, and the rice cooker on top of the shelf. Well, the problem is, yeah, daddy long legs. Um, the problem is this shelf is not the best design. So the part of the shelf that expands, it's a little on the loose side. So what happens is when I put the stuff on it, the shelf does this. It bows in the middle. And that just looks cruddy. So I designed this in Tinkercad. And this is basically a two-piece unit. These, by the way, were printed on this little tiny printer. This is just a sample so that I could test fit, because I had to get them to line up. So this first one was tolerance was too tight. That's just too tight. It's not going in. And so I readjusted the tolerances, and now it fits perfectly. Now the reason they're so long, both of them are about this long. And that's because I needed something roughly 8.5 inches tall or bigger. And I wanted it to be strong, since it's going to be a decent amount of weight, so I wanted the two parts to heavily overlap. But the reality is, you print this part at the full height you need, and you print this part so that you have 1 inch of overlap inside of this part, plus whatever range of motion you desire. So I can't show you the full-size one, but I use a full-size one of these, which is about that tall, and then I just use a short one of these, because I only need 1 inch of motion, just to give me that fine-tune adjustment to level the shelf. So now I just put this piece in here, I put it underneath the shelf, and I just turn this out until the shelf sits level. And once I get the shelf level, I can either leave it like that, or I can put a drop of glue in here and make it permanent. Probably better would just be to put some tape on here to tighten it up. This way it's adjustable forever. And it worked great. So now I have a little printed pillar holding up the center of the shelving unit so it doesn't sag. Now it just so happens, of course, yeah, for real. It makes you realize that the fruit flies come with the fruit. Because think about it. If you have fruit and it starts to turn, and you get the fruit flies, where'd they come from? Canceled. Where'd the fruit flies come from? They came with the fruit. But yeah, it worked great. It's overkill. I can make this a lot thinner. It doesn't have to be that strong. But I like overkill strong on my part, so this is really beefy. And then what you can do is you cannot scale these parts. If you scale the parts, you mess up the thread meshing. Now well, you can scale them as long as you scale them together. So if you make this, 25% bigger, you got to make this 25% bigger. And then if you go bigger, not a problem. If you go smaller, you may need to tweak the XY dimension on this part. So what you would do in the slicer, you would go to the section where you can resize. So in the slicer, when you bring up a part, here you have change scaling. So you want to make sure uniform scaling is checked and you scale both parts the same amount. If you go bigger, you shouldn't have to change anything. If you go smaller, however, you may need to increase the tolerance. Because as you go, like this has a 1.25 millimeter tolerance, I think. I scaled it 1.25 millimeters and it meshes perfectly. But as you go smaller, that if you go 50% smaller, you're now going to have a 0.75 millimeter tolerance, because your tolerance shrinks as well. So what you do is, after scaling it down, you turn off uniform scaling, and then you adjust your X and Y the same amount, a little bit smaller. This way you're changing how big it is this way and this way without changing how big it is this way. Because if you change how big it is this way, you change how the threads mesh together. And so what you do is you would, like, for example, if you went 50% smaller, I'd probably shrink this piece here on the X and Y an additional 0.2 or 0.3 millimeters. But otherwise, to scale, you print this like, 95% of the height you need. Well, don't forget to account for this bit here. Okay, so you got to take this bit here. So that right there, you print it so that you have that to like 95% of the height you need. And then what you do is you tell your slicer to stop at a certain point. So for example, in the slicer, you just check this here. Stop printing at whatever height you need. So as far as what height you need, I'm very bad at doing two things at once. Hey, Ian. This was more than enough to give me enough threads to make sure it's in there good, that it's not going to buckle. And then the leftover threads is my adjustment. So I can adjust the height of the support pillar as high as I need. That's the wonder of 3D printing. You could design something in 20 minutes and an hour later it's coming off the printer. Well, this took like, 4 hours to print. But this only took, hour and a half. I could make it more efficient, but I would rather it be really strong and I'd never have to worry about it again. So I don't mind taking a little longer. And but it worked great. And then of course, Vince, as soon as I bought one, I paid $25 for one. And then as soon as I bought one, of course, Vince showed me like 6 of them. It's like, really? You're gonna do me that way? So of course I grabbed one off Vince too. And it was actually an improved model that was the same exact thing I had. Same end caps, same shelves, same everything, except this one added a support brace in the middle and 2 screws with rubber tips. And what that does is it forces these 2 pieces together, because these pieces mesh like this. And what happens is there's a little gap between them because you need tolerance to allow the pieces to slide easily. It's like this. You can see see how that wiggles a little bit? Well, that tolerance between those 2 sliding pieces allowed the shelf to do this. So what they did is they added a support brace across the bottom of the inside one, and then there's 2 screws on the outside one, and then the 2 screws go through that brace and force the 2 pieces together. So it forces them together, so now it stays straight even with the weight on top of it. So yeah, so I guess I don't really need this now, although I have 2 of the shelves and I need this for one of them, so now I have 2 shelves. But that's fun. That's the nice thing is it cost me what, $1? That's like $1 worth of plastic, because that's what, 100 grams. So I spent, like, not counting tweaking it, because now that I have it tweaked, I'll never have to do a test print again. I just measure what I need in print. But that's like 200 grams worth of plastic, and the roll is what, $20? So that's 20% of a roll. So that means it cost me $4. The postage to order something equivalent would cost more than that. I need to scratch my back. Oh, this is a good back scratcher. Hi. Hi. Oh man, that feels good. But I'm impressed. I mean, the thing's been kicking butt all week. I've been running it pretty much nonstop. Oh, let me get those files uploaded for you. My current recommendation for a resin printer is any of the major manufacturers, so Anycubic, Elegoo, Creality, and just make sure you get the mono screen. Do not even think about an RGB screen now that mono screens are out. The screens last 4 or 5 times longer, and your burn times are significantly faster. Let's see here. Google Drive. So 3D printing. Let's make a folder. Lioness sample. I already told him it's done. It's official. I have renamed the printer. It is now called the Lioness. Because I gave up trying to pronounce whatever the heck the name of the thing is. It looked like Lioness at first glance, so now that's what it's called. That is not what I wanted to call you. Files, not filed. Yeah, but for slightly more than 130 quid, you can get a mono screen. They're about 200 bucks. Let's see here. There we go. There you go, 80 megabytes worth of files. I didn't try doing that yet. Hang on, let's get that going. I just uploaded it, so if you click on my 3D printer profiles link down below, you're going to see a folder called Lioness Sample Files. And that will include everything you need to do that. So let's change this first to the Lioness. Let me make sure I have everything right. 9566665. That looks good. 222.4. I found out there is no point in setting the parts cooling setting. It's using a combo fan. So it's one fan for both parts cooling and hot end cooling. So the fan's always on no matter what. There is a change I need to make to the start profile. All right, how do we do that? G code, move Z. Yeah, it is G1. Okay. So I should be able to set G28. Then I should be able to set a G1 Z50. And then do another G28. And that should work. We're going to test that right now. Hello, 3DHP. How are you doing today? We could make this 75 millimeters tall. Why is this being so grumpy? Ooh, you did it now.
I just knocked it over.
You did it now. I don't want 74.99. I want 75. There. Don't argue with me. All right, you said this should not need infill, huh? Well, actually, before I do that, let us export this profile. Export FFF profile, Linus, Google Drive. Come on. All right, now I can get rid of the infill. 0%. Prepare to print. Oh, no drop frames, but it is glitchy. Come on. Showing off the prints we made with this printer, and someone suggested I print this dragon, so I figure while we're showing the stuff off, we will have a print going as well. My computer's being a little slow because I'm dedicating extra resources to keeping OBS stable. Now this dragon file is untested, so I'm going to upload it anyway. But it has the new start script, which should fix the first layer issue. Basically, I program it to home, move the Z up 50 millimeters, and then home again. And that resets the spring-loaded hot end so that you get a consistent first layer. I also run the first layer at 10%. So the first layer is slow, but after that, 45 millimeters per second is normal. I'm really annoyed that I can't use these LEDs. Like, I'm really annoyed by that. What the hell is this? Oh, that's the camera. That needs to go behind the spool. Okay. I wonder why it's not putting the files in order anymore. Like before, it was putting the newest file first, and it stopped doing that, and I don't know why. I do still want to try replacing the fans on this. And both of these parts were printed on the little printer. And because they're printing at 0.4 millimeter layer height, they actually print pretty fast. Hungry? You were hungry? Hey, Francis joined my Patreon, $5. You rock, dude. Thank you. If you guys want to support me, I have affiliate links down below. That is my primary income source. When you use those links, I earn a small commission. Language required by Amazon. As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. That's something they require me to say. And then, of course, I have the PayPal link, which is better than Super Chat because I get 95% of it instead of 70% with Super Chat. And, of course, for long-term support, I have Patreon. That's where you pledge to donate a certain amount to me every month. So Francis has joined, and I appreciate that. That shows that you enjoy my content, and I appreciate it. And this is my primary income source. I don't do anything else. You know, I make YouTube videos. I do product reviews. You know, that's how I earn my living. I do not go to a 9-to-5 job. So when you guys support me, you are literally directly supporting me. Yeah, have you seen the what's that new one that who did it? Maker's Muse. The new printer Maker's Muse just did. It took like 1.5 liters just to start. holy crap. The new Sonic with the 8K screen. Yeah, that's a big boy. Oh, I guess that battery's dead. Oh, that looks good. Just got to get that crap off of there. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, this is a weird one. This is one from Olight. They tend to make pretty decent lights. So it's got this little, where is it? I don't know where it is. I'm not going to dig for it. But it's this little magnetic attachment. You can see there's actually the outer ring and an inner ring. So it's got this little magnetic thing that goes tink. Yes, it is, as long as it's cured. Resin is perfectly safe once it's cured. The only risk is when it's uncured. So if in doubt, put it out in the sun to make sure it's fully cured. But it's only the photopolymers that are potentially toxic. And when we say toxic, usually that means sensitivity. So you can become sensitized to it. The same thing can happen to CA. The same thing can happen with epoxy. If you directly expose your body to it too much, you can become sensitized to it. Basically, your body will develop an allergic reaction to it. So a similar thing can happen with resin, which is why you should always make sure you're wearing gloves. Another good idea if you're going to play with resin, you get one of these from Wham Bam. It's a big silicone mat with a pretty decent lip around the edge. You put this down on your table, and then you put your printer and curing station on top of this mat. So if you do have a little tiny spill, that'll catch it. And what you do is you keep on hand get one of those powerful UV flashlights. You can use them for like scorpion hunting and stuff like that. We'll talk about one of the big ones. It's got a big head, like 100 LEDs inside, and it's the kind of thing where you'll actually feel the heat on your hand. But you take that, and when you're cleaning up your station, what you do is you turn on that UV light and you cure all the resin, which makes it safe, and then you just peel it off the silicone and throw it away. Another thing, if you have an in with a local pizza shop, you might be able to do this. I did, so I was able to get one. The dough trays that the dough comes in for the pizza, is an excellent thing to have for resin printing, because it's you know, it's like this thick. So I put my resin printers inside the dough tray, and now anything that happens is captured inside that dough tray. So I don't have to worry about it getting all over my table and stuff like that, even though I have a stainless steel table. Oh, oh yeah, I needed that. How is this looking? Yeah, the UV torch is the key. That makes it super easy to deal with. I don't know where it's at. It's here somewhere, but I have a couple of them. I want to try scorpion hunting one night. But yeah, they're powerful enough that they'll actually give you sunburn. And you just turn it on and cures everything instantly. Just don't hit your vat with it, because it will cure your vat. And that reaction is exothermic, so that much resin will, yeah. I want to get the Mono X set that actually has a separate bath stir and a separate curing chamber, because it's a pain in the butt having to switch from curing to washing to curing. It's a pain in the butt. I would simply rather have a separate station. In fact, I want to get 2 of the wash stations, so I can have printer, wash, cure. So the real dirty alcohol you use for first wash, and then the second wash will be a second vat of alcohol that won't get as dirty as the first, because most of the resin will have been dissolved off in the first vat, and then go through. Oh, is it? That's cool. Well, you don't use 5 bottles of IPA to clean 1 print. You use 5 bottles of IPA to fill your vat. You can use that vat for dozens of prints. Yes, I've seen that. I still have questions about the resin adhering to the PLA, but also it makes the parts imprecise. You're adding a layer of goop onto the outside of your print. So I would rather just sand it. I mean, I can see use cases where it makes sense, but it's also a very expensive way of doing that. Resin's not exactly cheap, you know, at $20 a liter on sale. Well, yeah, he didn't have to use 5 liters to clean that 1 print. He had to use 5 liters to fill a vat large enough to clean that print. But he can make 10 more of that print and clean it in the same vat. So the problem is your minimum amount. When you have a print this big, you need a vat this big to clean the print, and that means you need enough IPA to fill a vat that big. Ooh. All of a sudden, trying to recycle the alcohol makes a lot more sense. Well, see, there's the problem, though. Can you filter it? Because some of the resin is dissolved in solution with the alcohol. So, can you get it all out? I don't know. You know, hitting it with UV light might get the suspended resin out. But so here's the thing. We were talking about this once before, and I still don't know. And I don't have the kind of equipment or technique to properly measure this. Although I just thought of a way to do it. I have a scale precise enough. You know, that scale up there is a laboratory quality scale. It's good enough that it could actually detect the downward force of air coming off my ceiling fan. So that is accurate enough to do it. What I could do I can measure out a certain mass of IPA, let the IPA sit out for a few hours to measure how much evaporates. So the evaporation rate would become my tolerance. I could then, that would give me like a rate per hour. So every hour I lose this much mass to the evaporation of the alcohol. And of course I could seal the container to stop evaporation. Then the trick would be to measure out a particular mass of resin and dump it in the alcohol. Just dump it in there. Take 10 grams of resin and throw it in the alcohol. Dissolve it. Then attempt to extract the resin from the alcohol and see if I get... Well, see, there's the problem, though. When I look at an item on Thingiverse, I see resolution 200. You have to tell me what you mean by resolution 200. I don't know what that means. No, but the problem is, okay, let's say I have 100 grams of IPA and I have 10 grams of resin. Obviously, that's not the case, but let's just keep the number simple. So the way to know, I need to know, is the resin in suspension or solution? If the resin is in suspension, then it should be pretty easy to remove it. Run it through a thin layer with UV light, cure out the resin, then filter out the resin, and that should work fine. However, if the resin is in solution, then it might not precipitate out fully, even with UV light, because the UV would have to hit the resin, and it's not going to hit the resin if it's in suspension. You'd have to take it out of suspension in order to cure it. So I don't know if it's suspension or solution. Now, the way to test that is to add a known amount of IPA and a known amount of resin dissolved, remove the resin, and see how much removed resin you have and see how much IPA you have left. The problem is, when I remove the resin, some IPA is going to come out with the resin. Hey, what's going on? The problem is that discrepancy, the alcohol that comes out with the resin, is probably enough to invalidate the numbers altogether. Meaning I'll still have no way of knowing. The only way I could see it working is to remove the resin that I am able to precipitate out, but leave that resin in the sealed vat with the alcohol in a in like a sieve until all the alcohol leaves the removed precipitate. Basically get the precipitate as dry as possible inside the vat, and then try weighing it and see how much. If it's really, really close, we could probably agree that we're precipitating out the resin. If it's really, really off, like if I only get 5 grams of resin, that means there's still 5 grams of resin inside the vat somewhere, meaning it's in solution. So I'll have to test that, because IPA is $10 a gallon. That stuff's not cheap. And we are done the first layer. Now we are at full speed. Looking good. Yeah, I don't see no problems. Yep, that's a Gengar. He printed with supports. He worked pretty good. I think Gengar made sense because that was the right color for Gengar. So I was like, he's like the perfect one to print. Water washable resins are potentially dangerous. um, the problem with water washable is that it encourages you to go to the sink and rinse the part off. And you can't do that. First of all, you're going to contaminate your sink. And second of all, you're going to... Now, I could probably wash with water in a sink. I can just put a utility sink outside and let the water that comes out go into a bucket and just leave it out in the sun. And the sun will cure and precipitate any resin that's in the alcohol, assuming it's in suspension and not solution. Well, the problem is it's not the resin that's toxic. Not really. That's not the toxic part. So the bio-resins, they're replacing the largely innocuous resin with a bio-resin. The problem is that's not the dangerous part. The dangerous part is the photopolymers. Meaning the photopolymers is what allows the UV light to change the polymer from a liquid to a solid, to link the polymer chains together. That the photopolymer is what allows that to happen. That's the toxic part. That's why a cured resin part is non-toxic. It's safe. Because once you've polymerized the resin and used the photopolymer, it's no longer toxic. As long as the part is fully cured, you can eat out of it. It's food safe. All resins are food safe if they're fully cured. It's in its liquid state. Oh, nice. Isn't that nice? In its liquid state is when it's dangerous. Well, we don't know how dangerous, but potentially. There's a potential danger in its liquid state. And it's the photopolymer that makes it dangerous. So even though they are replacing the resin with a bio-plant-based resin, that's not the toxic part. At least for our purposes here, that's not the toxic part. So it's like me having, poison inside of a plastic vase, and I replace the plastic vase with a plant-based plastic vase. But it's still got the poison inside. And the poison inside is the problem. Not the vase. So while it's cute marketing, it's potentially dangerous marketing because it makes an implication that's not true. Well, there's always a potential chance of a meteor hitting Earth. Hey, just 2024, I'm voting giant meteor. Just ended already. I got bumper stickers. I got t-shirts. It says vote giant meteor. Just ended already is the slogan. Oh my god. Yeah, there's the problem. You wash it in a sink, that's the next election. Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, the next election is 2024. Yeah, I actually did get some food deals. We had the can deal at Smith's this week. Now, keep in mind, what they call a deal is not what I call a deal. You see, I don't consider 55 cents a can to be a deal. Oh, yeah, that's our election cycle. Every 4 years, we vote for president. So the next election will be in 2024 for who's going to be president in 2025, I guess? I don't know. But, well, we're obviously talking about an Ellie event. A big meteor. ELE is extinction level event. So the giant meteor that took out the dinosaurs, that would be an Ellie event. The 12-volt cooler is amazing. I love my 12-volt cooler. I got it from Vince. I didn't have to pay for it. I'll show you links for that in a second. But anyway, they had a bulk deal. They do that like twice a year at Smith's. So I got a case of green beans, 24 cans of green beans. I got a case of corn, 24 cans of corn. I got a case lot of chili mix. So I got 12 bags of mix to make chili. What else did we get? We got a case of Progresso soup, 98 cents a can. Progresso soup is amazing, especially the hearty varieties. So the thick and hearty ones with the yellow ribbon are the best in my opinion. And my favorite is the thick and hearty clam chowder and the thick and hearty chicken noodle soup. I don't like the regular chicken noodle soup. It's thin, it's annoying. But the thick and hearty chicken noodle soup, oh my god, I could eat that every day. That stuff's like $2 or $3 a can. But when it's on sale for $1 a can, we stock up. I try to get a year's worth so that we never have to pay full price. Yeah, not a bad deal at all. What else did they have? They had peanut butter, but I didn't bother getting any because I already have 3 cases of peanut butter. And I just got a deal a couple days earlier. They had they do clearance stuff at Smith's, and so what they'll do is they have 3 sections in the store that are clearance. There's a baker rack that has bakery stuff, which you got to be careful with because it goes moldy very quickly. So anything you get from there, you've got to eat it quick. Around here, things go moldy fast. I don't know why. I would have thought the dry environment would inhibit mold, but I guess the mold is all here, and it just doesn't grow until it has something moist to grow it. Bread is moist. Oh, that's right. There is a distinction between meteor and meteorite. Pluto is still a planet. I'll fight you if you disagree. Lizard fight. Teeth, claws, and tails only. But what else did I get? Oh, so I got 40-ounce jars of Jif peanut butter for $2 a jar. I was like, hell yes. Now, of course, we have changed the definition of what we call a planet. And if Pluto was discovered today, it would not be a planet. It would be what it is, a dwarf planet. But I say grandfather it in. Just grandfather it in. That simple. New Mexico, I think New Mexico actually passed a law that says in the state of New Mexico, Pluto is a planet. Obviously, it's a joke, but still, it's kind of cool. The pictures they got from Pluto are amazing. What else did we get, Michelle? Oh, we got these fruit-based, like they're actually made of fruit pulp popsicles, 10 of them for $1, so we bought like 10 packs. That was in the clearance rack. What else did we get? Oh, Chef Boyardee, beefaroni, and spaghetti meatballs. We got them for 88 cents a can. Pluto's a dog in Florida. Or California. Or Tokyo. But, hey, that's pretty good. The Gengar took a little over 2 hours. If I remember correctly, it was 2 hours. Wow. Now, is that boneless, skinless? If that's boneless chicken breast for $1 a pound, that's fantastic. What else did I get? I was real pissed off because Michelle loves Crash, that craft where they mix mayo and ketchup together. And Vince had a dozen of them available, and I missed it. And then he also had a dozen Miracle Whip, and I missed that too. So I was pissed because we would have used the crap out of both of those. I did get some dipping sauce. I don't know what it is. It looks similar to the Bloomin' Onion sauce. I'm assuming it's similar to that. It was what was it, $1 a bottle? So I got 3 bottles of it. I didn't get any drawings for this, so I actually haven't even asked I'm talking back and forth because I do have a drive gear issue with this one. The teeth of the drive gear, 25% of them are a little smoother than they should be, so sometimes it slips. But they're sending me a new gear, so no problem. And what else did I get? I know we got more. We bought a lot more. Got the veggies, got the Chef Boyardee, got the Progresso. I got the Knorr. You know those Knorr side dishes? You know, butter herb pasta, broccoli and rice, you know, Alfredo noodles, you know, the little $1 packets of things. Those were on sale by the case, so I grabbed some of those. I'm actually not going to try to. Sounds like their after sales are on point. Yeah, they seem to be pretty responsive. He might even be watching because I told him the live streams today. But I'm impressed with the reliability and quality that I'm getting out of these parts. I mean, you're not going to get super high resolution parts because it's a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, but 99.9% of what we need to print doesn't have to be that kind of quality. Most of the time, we just want the thing to work and to be consistent and reliable, and this is consistent and reliable so far. I think part of that is that it uses actual stepper motors. No new money back ones. I'm just using the regular ones that I use. Fetch. Mostly Fetch and Field Agent. I also use Google Rewards now that I know I can pay myself in stream to get the money out, although you lose 30% of it to Super Chat. I wait till it gets to about 20 bucks and then I give myself a Super Chat. And then, of course, make sure anybody who hasn't signed up for it, you need to go sign up for this right now. If you're in the United States, this is only in the United States, you need to stop whatever you're doing, and you need to go get this on your phone right now. It's called Amazon Shopper Panel. All you do is scan in 10 receipts every month. So every month you scan in 10 grocery receipts, you know, any receipts, as long as it's not from an Amazon property. You don't have to do anything else. Just scan 10 receipts, and they give you $10. I don't have an affiliate link for it. I earn nothing if you sign up for it. It's just a good deal. You get $10 a month for doing nothing. You notice I got $10.25. Okay, this month so far. That's because they have little surveys every now and then. Those surveys are one single question, and you get a quarter. Pretty good, Redline. How are you doing? So go to your Apple store or your Google store and get Amazon Shopper Panel. It is from Amazon. It's legit. There's no strings attached. There's no catch. You don't have to provide any information. You just have to sign in with your Amazon account. Now, sometimes it says you're on a waiting list. Just go ahead and say add to waiting list. And once you get approved, you're in, you're good. And you get $10 a month. So what we do is we save all of our receipts. You know, gas receipts, toll receipt, the receipt when I go dump trash off at the trash station. You know, the McDonald's receipt, the Smith's grocery store receipt. We save them all. And when September 1st came around, it resets. We scanned our 10 receipts. Click, 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 click. Scanned them all. Made sure they got approved, and that was it. $10. So on October 1st, they'll give me $10 in my Amazon gift card balance. It's free money. It's literally free money. The surveys are one question. We always look for them because it's another quarter. So like this survey question was, do you have any pets? Which one? You know, so I picked cat. You know, I have a cat. And then that's it. Next. That's it. Got 25 cents. It's free money. Fetch is a little more involved. It's basically couponing. Nice. You probably clicked add to wait list the first time, and you've been approved all this time waiting to get in. Usually it's about a week. But it's free money. And then Fetch is a grocery app. So here is Fetch. So as you can see there, I have 19,000 points. There you go. Come on. There you go. 19,000 points. That means I have $19. 1,000 points equals $1. And now, Fetch works unusually well for me because they give 25 points per receipt you scan. Now, normally there's a limit of like 7 per day, but that limit only applies to manually scanned receipts that you take a picture of. It doesn't apply to e-receipts. So because I'm in that review program and I get stuff from Vince, and when you order stuff from Vince, every single item is a separate order. So yeah, I get a lot of points just by being with Vince. Because if I order 8 items today, that's 25 times 8. So that's 200 points. So every 5 days I get $1 just for doing what I do anyway. So you're not going to accrue points quite as fast as I do. But what happens is, like for example, here we go. So Vizzy 12 pack. If you like that Vizzy drink, if it's something you're going to buy anyway, it's a $3 coupon. So get it. If you buy Cliff Bars, there's 1,500 points. It's literally a $1.50 coupon. Now, buying stuff you wouldn't buy anyway doesn't make much sense. But if you're going to buy it anyway, like it's pretty common that there's a Sargento coupon in here. And I like Sargento cheese. And it also stacks. So it has nothing to do with any coupons you already have, and it has nothing to do with any sales the store has. So if the store has the Sargento on sale, 2 for $6, that's $3 each, and I have a coupon for $1.50 off Sargento, and they have a 2,000 point coupon in here for Sargento, I get it for $3, I get my $1.50 off, and I get the $2 back from this. It's wonderful. It's basically just, you just let it stack up. I haven't had to buy cat food. With the combination of the free cat food I get from Vince and the money that I get from Fetch, I have yet to have to buy cat food. I take all of my earnings from Fetch, Amazon Rewards, and Field Agent, and I use that to buy cat food. So the way it works is you need a minimum amount. So I have 19,000 points. That's $19. I can't extract that. There's no way to extract $19. So I use Amazon gift cards, and that requires minimum 25,000 points. So once I hit 25,000 points, I cash it out to an Amazon gift card. Pretty good, Crimson. How are you doing? So now I'm doing my e-receipt scan, and so we will see. There it is. We'll see how many points I get. They gypped me on about 4,000 points because for a few days, or actually a couple weeks, the Amazon sync wasn't working. It was broken. And I had a lot of items ordered from Vince. It should have been like 3,000 points, and I didn't get it. And I was like, just modified into 3. Oh, I'm sorry. Very sorry. Just put a direct drive on an Ender 3. It's like $35 for a direct drive upgrade for an Ender 3. Done. It'll print TPU just fine. The Sermon D1 is very nice. It's got minor issues, but it's a very well-made printer. If you could get... Oh, by the way, Sean, I saw your message about your kids. If you could get your kids to design their own toys, that would be worth the cost of entry. Because that's definitely going to be a valuable skill going forward if they can learn how to use CAD software. Start with Tinkercad. No, I have not found out anything else about the Ender 2 Pro. Reality hasn't been communicating with me lately. I guess they don't need me. It's bound to happen, but, you know, nothing I can do about it. Nothing to be done for it. Up to 6 printers. It's addictive, isn't it? You want to print more? More printers. That's how you do it. Not finger, tinker. Tinker. So we are talking about Tinkercad. So you can see this is the little thing that I made. So that's this. That's this thing that I made. I did it all in Tinkercad. So pretty easy. It worked out nicely. Basically, I downloaded a 1/4-20 all thread from Thingiverse and used that as my template. I just stretched it out until I got the profile I wanted. And then I used a cylinder to crop this profile so that the threads would mesh together easier. And it worked out great. But Tinkercad is cool. Haven't done much with the rocket stuff lately. I want to see what kind of rocket parts I can print with this. Because this should print basic model rocket stuff just fine. You know, motor rotators, basic nose cones, basic centering gauge. Oh god. But I should be able to print all that basic stuff, especially with the 0.6mm nozzle. Yeah, that should work quite well. Q5 is great. The SE6 is great. Yeah. Cool. Hey, Alec. Well, they're trying. Okay. Here we go. I got my points. I got 63. I got 63 receipts downloaded at 25 points each. And if you have any kind of name brand items on your receipt, you usually get more points. There we go. So now I'm up to 20,067 points. 20,617. So another 4,400 points, and I'll be able to extract $25. They have Fetch Pay, which is kind of like a credit card bank account kind of thing that allows you to earn more points. That might be good for you guys, but it's not good for me because my Olo card gives me 2.5% back, which is better than the rate that they give back. No, a desktop fan is about this big. A desktop fan is about that big. We're talking about blow on you fan, not a blow on your computer fan. A desktop fan, not a PC fan. So do I have one to show? Nope, I ain't got one. But it's a proper analogy. There was one time where there was a news article and there was a sinkhole in the road, and the news anchor, reporter, whatever, tried to give us a visualization of how big the hole was. So they said it's about the size of 6 or 7 washing machines. And somebody replied, "You Americans in your SAE, you can't just use the metric system." And I was like, You idiot. It works the same for you. How big is a 1 cubic meter? How big is a cubic meter? You don't know. You can't visualize how big, 6.7 cubic meters is. How big is 6 or 7 cubic meters? I don't know. You don't know. Neither does the anchor, and neither does the person saying we should be using metric. The point there is not inches or metric or millimeters. The point is visualization. Our brains are not wired to convert numbers into visuals. So if you say 6 or 7 cubic meters, that doesn't mean anything. You can't visualize 6 or 7 cubic meters. You can, however, visualize how big a washing machine is, which is about a cubic meter. Okay? So or a cubic yard, about the same thing. So if I tell you 6 or 7 washing machines, you can instantly picture that in your head. Because we are very good at analogous association. We're good at saying, a little bit bigger than a shot glass. Most of you are going to have a pretty good idea of how big this is if I tell you it's a little bit bigger than a shot glass. If I tell you it's 58 millimeters across and 80 millimeters tall, that doesn't mean jack shit to you. Because you can't visualize 58 by 80 millimeters. That doesn't mean anything. You know that's 58 by 80 millimeters because I just told you it is. It's 58.25 millimeters by 80 or 75 millimeters tall. So yes, you know it's that big, but you have no frame of reference. Okay, because we don't make a frame of reference to numbers. We make a frame of reference to three-dimensional objects. So if I tell you, 2 shots, now you have a visualization of how much this is. Now you have a grasp of how big this is. So yeah, the news anchor could say a cubic yard, or they could say a cubic meter, which you might be able to grasp if you know of an object that is that big. But if I tell you 6 or 7 cubic meters, or 6 or 7 cubic yards, whether you're from Germany or Alabama, that doesn't mean shit to you. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, look at what happened with, yes, Alec. Look what happened with, James Thorogood here. Because he misinterpreted the visual association. So we were talking about desktop fans, and he was thinking desktop PC fan. So he was thinking this big. When in reality, we're talking about this big. Right? Because his brain attempted to make a known visual analog association. So the nearest thing, first thing that came to his mind was PC fan, which is going to be about that big. If I tell you this is the size of a normal desktop 120 millimeter PC fan, this is pretty close. It's actually bigger than a PC fan, but it's pretty close. You're gonna have a pretty good idea in your brain of how big this is. If I tell you it's 200 millimeter or 150 millimeters across, that doesn't really mean a whole lot to you, unless you already have in your brain something about that size. Like if I tell you how big is a 120 millimeter fan, I don't know. But if I've held a 120 millimeter fan in my hand before, now if you tell me this object's 120 millimeters, I have a grasp of how big it is because I know how big that 120 millimeter fan is. It's about that big. How close am I? Where's my tape measure? I don't know. Tape measure's gone. Well, this is 200 millimeters, so that's not bad. And so by saying 6 or 7 washing machines, the news anchor was doing a good job. Because now anybody who's ever used a washing machine in their life is going to understand intuitively how big the hole is in the road. You know what I mean? They're going to understand now. So that's not a metric or English thing. That's a how the human brain works thing. Oh, I'm having an argument on Reddit, of course. It's Reddit. It's going to be an argument. Someone rear-ended somebody. Okay? So the person who got injured pretty badly, Well, even if your washing machines are different size, most washing machines are roughly, approximately 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot. It's actually about 30 inches by about 40 inches by about 27 inches, usually, but it's roughly 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot. You know, and we have a basic idea of how big that is. We understand how big that is. That's why we tend to say this printer is about the size of a toaster, because we kind of have an idea of how big a toaster is. So now we kind of have an idea of how big the printer is. A 2-slice toaster if you stood it up. So this family, well, but you're not. You think you're okay with it, but you're not. Because that's not how your brain works. Internally, in your brain, you're taking those dimensions and you're associating them with something you saw that's that big. Even if you don't realize it, that's how your brain works. Your brain does not understand 30 inches. It never did, it doesn't, it never will. Internally, you're going to associate that 30 inches with something in your life that you happen to know is about 30 inches. So, for example, 99% of the stoves, 99% of kitchen appliances, you know, like your stove, your oven, your dishwasher, 30 inches. Now, every single one of you knows what 30 inches is. Because every single one of you now just pictured your stove in your brain, and now you know what 30 inches is. No, numbers aren't, well, kind of. They're not really a modern human concept, but they are a difficult to visualize human concept. So we convert them to something we understand. 2 meters by itself? No, it's not understandable. It's, okay, it's important that you understand what I'm talking about when I say understood. Do I know what 2 meters is? Yes. I am about 2.5 meters tall. Okay? So I was, there you go. I did it again. I associated the number with something in real life. Or no, I'm about 2 meters tall, I think. 2 meters. I'm a little over 2.5 yards, but I'm 2 meters. Approximately. Your brain has no visualization of 2. 2. No, I'm thinking 2.5 yards, which is about 2 meters. I'm a little less than 2 meters. I'm 6'4" tall. And that's 76 inches tall. Your brain does not know what 2 meters is. It's like what is vase? Or what's hamster? It's nothing. It's a word. When I say hamster, you don't think hamster. That's not how your brain works. You think hamster. Okay? Your brain does a language conversion. It converts the word hamster into what that word is attached to. Hamster. You don't think hamster, you think hamster. Well, the same thing applies with numbers. 2 meters. What is that? I don't know. I can define 2 meters for you. I can write it down on paper. I can draw it on a diagram. But what is it? It's about one of me. Now I understand it. Yeah, but what's a 1,000 liter water tank? Now, if I show you a 1,000 liter water tank, now you understand. Okay? So, again, the experiment's the same. What's 30 inches? Look at your stove in your house. It's probably 30 inches wide. 99.9% of kitchen appliances are 30 inches. Now, every single one of you understands intuitively what 30 inches is, without having to deal with any numbers. You all now intuitively understand what 30 inches is. It's your stove. It's your washing machine. They're all approximately 30 inches. Why? Because doors can be as small as 32 inches, so most appliances need to have a dimension that is less than 32 inches so you can fit it through the doors of your house. Exterior doors are typically 36, but many times interior doors are 32 inches. So appliances need to be less than 32 inches in order to fit through doorways. That's why most of our appliances are 30 inches. Exactly. You know what a cubic meter is because you have something you can visually associate with that size. Exactly. Same thing as the size of the washing machine. So this news anchor was doing the correct thing in creating a visual association that people would understand. Now, if you tell me the sinkhole is 6 or 7 cubic meters, I know what that means. I know what a meter is. I know what a cube is, and I know what a cubic meter is. But right now, in my brain, all I'm seeing is a cube with numbers that say 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter. That cube in my brain could be this big or this big or this big. It's just a visualization of a cube with 1, 1, 1. It doesn't mean anything. How big is it? You know, what is 1 cubic meter? Washing machine. So now I understand what a cubic meter is, or close enough. Okay, so if you tell me 6 or 7 washing machines, now I have a good understanding of how big that hole is. 86 million fans that go around the world. Face them all against the Earth's rotation and turn them on. But you know, people don't realize how important that association is because our brains don't. Okay, when I say our brains don't understand numbers, it's not what you think. That doesn't mean you don't understand what 3 is and you don't understand what 3 plus 3 is. You're just processing numbers. But what does it actually mean? What does 3 mean? What does 3 mean? Think about it. What does it mean? 3 means this. 3 means that. That's what 3 means, okay? This is what we understand 3 means. The number is just a number. It doesn't actually mean anything to us. And we know what it is. We can work with it. We can process it. We can do math with it. But what does it actually mean? It means this. 1, 2, 3. That's what 3 means. Exactly. What does 2 mean? Well, that's what 2 means. Okay? This is why our economy is partially why our economy is so screwed up and why we tend to attack things like NASA and not things like military, because the numbers we're dealing with nowadays are incomprehensible. What is a trillion? I got 172 IQ and I cannot figure out what a trillion is. It's meaningless. It's gibberish. A trillion means nothing. Your brain, every single one of you, all 36 of you, are not capable of understanding what a trillion is. This meat processor up here can't envision a trillion. It's beyond the scope of human understanding. It's just a goddamn number on the paper. It's meaningless. So, to give you an idea, an ability to vaguely comprehend what a trillion is. Let's say you invented this 3D printer, and it is a massive hit. Everybody wants these 3D printers. You make $1 million your first day in business. You make $1 million every single day. Okay? Now, this is what I'm talking about what is this and what is this. What's a million? A million is 1,000,000,000. But what does that mean? Nothing. Your brain's not designed to process that many of anything. To you, it's infinite. It's just a lot. Okay, it's a big number. You know, as soon as you get past a couple of hundred, it stops meaning anything. That's why we tend to break it down into chunks. That's why we don't use millimeters to describe a meter. We came up with a new unit, a meter. Because if I had to tell you it's 1,652 meters, or millimeters, that's difficult for you to process. But if I tell you 1.625 meters, that's easier for you to process. Okay, so it makes the units smaller. There's a great 172. It's meaningless. It doesn't mean nothing. You know, as long as you're over, 100, it doesn't mean anything. It stops battering. But there's a great video. I think it's Veritasium. There's a great video on the number 52 factorial. Fantastic video. Very good video. It shows you how little you can understand numbers like that. So, you're selling edible 3D prints, and you're making $1 million every single day. Well, how many are you making in a year? Well, that's easy. You just take 1 million times 365 days. You're making $365 million. Yes. But what is $365 million? As you can see, it's easy enough for me to calculate it. 1 times 365. It's $1 million. 365 million. But what does that mean? I mean, short of you going stupid and spending ridiculous things, people like you and me could never spend $365 million. We could buy everything we want 10 times over and barely dent $365 million. So here you are in a business. That's good. Here you are with your 3D printing business, making $365 million a year. So already after 1 year, we're dealing with incomprehensible numbers that don't mean anything to you. So you're an immortal vampire. You were born January 1st, 0 AD. So you were born over 2,000 years ago. How many years at $1 million per day, at $365 million per year, how many years before you make $1 trillion? If you haven't heard this before, or if you don't punch it into a calculator, you will never guess, because it's incomprehensible. So, 2,021 years ago, you start your business, and you're making $1 million a day, $365 million a year. You're not there yet. You're still 600 years short to make 1 trillion. It takes about 2,700 years. At $1 million a day, it takes 2,700 years to make 1 trillion. And we're 53 trillion in debt. It's funny money. The biggest prank pulled on the American people was when they literally... No, it was in high school. So right around 1990. So whatever the test they gave us in high school in 1990. As you can see, IQ is meaningless because it hasn't done a whole lot for me. Networking, connections, and street smarts are way more valuable than whatever that stupid test tells you are. It doesn't mean... The only thing that test got me was an invitation to join Mensa, which I turned down because they just want your money. Of course, you got to pay. So I was like, screw that. I was like, it's $200 to join that. Screw that. I I didn't have $200. You know, we weren't poor as kids, but we weren't rich either. But what's a Teen Bop magazine? But yeah, $1 trillion is not comprehensible. Bill Gates can't comprehend $1 trillion. You know, the president can't comprehend $1 trillion. The treasurer of the United States can't comprehend $1 trillion. It's a digit on the screen. It's funny money. To me, the biggest practical joke was when they started coloring the U.S. money, and they actually colored it like Monopoly money. It was like a big fuck you to the whole country. It's like they were laughing in our faces when they actually made our money into Monopoly money. Because I tell you, that was intentional. There's no way that wasn't intentional. Oh my God. 11 days, 13 hours, now do $1 billion. A lot of people think $1 million's a lot of money. The difference between $1 million and $1 billion is bigger than the difference between your $1,000 and $1 million. Yeah, these numbers get ridiculous. They just, they're pointless. Freaking heartburn again. Need something to drink. I love this Nestle Splash. This stuff is so good. Oh, yes. I love the Kerbal Space Government Program. KSP, baby. What? Yeah, last night I went out and grabbed a 4-pack. Oh, that's good. This dragon's looking pretty good. And this is even printing it thick. Yeah, not bad. Yeah. Nice. Well, yeah, numbers are a weird thing. You know, when you deal with numbers that large, you start to realize that our brains don't really understand. Mm-hmm. I love the little door. Really? That's pretty cool. Boy, KSP is awesome because try to do a home and transfer to the moon without using the targeting reticle. Yeah, I still haven't succeeded. It's hard. Yeah, space travel is hard. Yeah, the amount of math they have to do to make that happen is incredible. It's just, you know, in KSP, you just grab the little thrust vector and you keep moving it until your plot path intersects the moon. All right? Try doing it without that. Well, that's how NASA has to do it. That's incredible. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's not a matter of have to think about numbers that big. You can't. So we don't. What we do is we convert the numbers into something we do understand. 6 or 7 washing machines is how big the hole was. Cider vinegar, huh? I'm going to have to try that. So, this person wanted some opinions on their car accident. They rear-ended somebody pretty badly. They slammed right into him, never even slowed down. And some pretty bad injuries. Not life-threatening, but, you know, broken bones and issues like that. And they're dealing with insurance, you know, a lawsuit to cover those injuries. Now, normally, this would be a pretty clear-cut case. Well, you rear-ended somebody. Okay, there's a reason that we say the assumption is that the person doing the rear ending is at fault. Now, they were following too close. They were 1.2 seconds following distance. The industry standard is that you want to maintain 3 seconds. The reality, however, is it's very hard to maintain 3 seconds. You go out on a highway and try to maintain 3 seconds from the car in front of you on a busy highway. On an empty highway, it's easy. Out here in New Mexico, I can maintain whatever following distance I want. You know, get on I-95 in Philadelphia, or the expressway in South Jersey, you know, or the I-5 in California, or whatever it is. You know, a busy city highway, you know, freeway. You try to maintain 3 seconds, you can't do it. If you attempt to maintain 3 seconds, you're going to go backwards. You're going to come to a stop. Because what's going to happen is you're going to be 3 seconds away from the car in front of you, and somebody is going to fill in that gap between you. Where is it? There it is. So somebody is going to, you know, at 1.2 seconds, you're discouraging people from getting in there. But they'll still try. I've been less than 2 seconds away from the car in front of me, and people still move into that gap. And what do? You have to apply the brakes and slow down in order to regain your gap. The problem is when you do that, the next guy fills in the gap, and you have to slow down again. So while it's not good and it's not proper, we have learned to drive closer in order to prevent that from happening. Exactly. They will cut you off and get into the gap. So, as it looks right now, it's this person's fault for rear-ending this person. You know, even though reality says 1.5 seconds gap is pretty normal, you're still creating negligence by being 1.5 seconds behind the person because your reaction time isn't good enough. So why didn't they even hit the brakes? Why did they slam into them at full speed? They didn't have a choice. They had no chance. Okay, first, we have something called a reasonableness doctrine. Okay? You have to behave within a reasonable standard. If you do something outside of that reasonableness doctrine, you take on liability. This car here, for some reason, stopped dead in the middle of the highway for no reason. They slammed on the brakes and stopped dead. There was a car passing on the middle lane. They were in the left lane. They weren't even in the right lane. These guys were in the left lane. There was a car passing here. This car wanted to get behind this car. So he slammed on the brakes to allow this car to pass and then turned to get into the middle lane. Well, the problem is he slammed on the brakes, causing this car to slam into him. How did he do that? Yeah, well, the dash cam helped here. Well, it turns out this car had no fucking brake lights. I think the driver's brake light worked very dimly. I had to watch it 4 or 5 times to see. I think the driver's brake light is lighting up. The top light and the passenger light not lighting up at all. Now, this is an important factor here because the brake lights caused the accident. So you have to ask yourself, okay, your initial examination says this person's at fault because they were only 1.2 seconds behind the car, okay? So here's the litmus test. Actually, these would be better for representing cars. So here's the litmus test, okay? Here's how I would test this. Pretend this car's 3 seconds back. Would it have made a difference? If the answer is yes, then this person's at fault. But in this case, the answer is no. They would have still slammed into the back of that car, even with perfect reflexes. And here's why. A typical car takes 5.5 seconds to come to a stop. Your following distance is 1.2 seconds. That means you have 6.2 seconds to stop. Because this car doesn't stop instantly. This car takes 5.5 seconds to slow down. So you have the 5.5 seconds it takes that car to slow down, plus your 1.2 second following distance in order to complete a stop. It's going to be close, but you can do it. Well, here's the problem. This driver only had 1.2 seconds to stop. You're saying, what happened to the 5.5 seconds? It's gone because his brake lights aren't working. So by the time this car realized this car was stopping, they had already collided with it. People say, well, you can't tell a car slowing down. I can tell the car slowing down. Yeah, with your God vision, sitting in a chair at your desk watching a video. The third time you watch the video, sure, you can pinpoint where the car is slowing down. But the driver following behind the car doesn't have your God vision and isn't sitting in a comfy chair watching a video with no risk. Well, LED brake lights can be a big benefit if you use the right ones. That is, you do need to use the correct ones. The advantage of LEDs is they actually give you about an extra half a second to stop. Because if you look at how fast an LED light goes to full brightness versus how fast an incandescent bulb goes to full brightness, it actually gives you about 300 or 400 milliseconds of extra time. And so now when you think about this, by the time, okay, when you're looking at the world around you, you have to analyze and process what you're seeing. The first thing you need to understand is that everything you see is a lie. It's fiction. Everything a human being sees is pure fiction. If you want to see what a human being actually sees, it's pretty easy to do. I want you to go to your bathroom trash can and grab an empty toilet paper tube. And I want you to look through the toilet paper tube, and I want you to close your eyes as you're looking through that toilet paper tube, and I want you to do this. That's it. That's what the human brain can see. You're seeing this through a paper tube. So your field of view is whatever you can see through that hole, and you're seeing it in flashes like this. You're saying, no, wait a minute, I'm seeing all of this. No, you're not. It's a lie. It's fiction. Your brain is seeing this. And then your brain stitches all that together into the continuous view that you see. Now, why do I make you blink? Well, because when your eye is moving, you're blind. When your eye is moving, not refresh rate, processing. When your eyeball is moving, you're actually blind. You can't see anything. It's when your eye stops and you go and take a grab of the world. And that world is this. And so your brain goes and it's constantly updating the virtual image of what you see in front of you. See you later, Sweet Bee. Thank you for joining in. And so, for example, if you were to now the computer screen's a bad example because the computer screen fits inside of this, so you can see the whole screen all at once. That's why I call dash cams God vision, because you're seeing what you cannot see in real life. No, you're seeing way less than 20%. I mean, my field of view is only here to here, but the average person has a field of view that's almost 180 degrees. But you're only seeing little chunks of that. So if you were to look at this scene of me in the real world, okay? You see this right here? You see that little reel right there? In real life, you can't see that. It's almost done, actually. Yeah, we're at like 95%. It's just about done. You can't see that reel. That little spool of... It's so hard to move on camera. That little spool of filament right there, you can't see it unless you're looking at it. When you look at this reel, you can't see this reel. But you're saying, but I'm seeing it. No, you're not. Your brain Well, every print on this is fast because it's 0.4 millimeter layer height with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. So all prints take about 30 to 70 minutes, which is nice because all prints are pretty fast. Now, of course, if you do low layer height, the print time gets longer. But your typical, most of these prints, around an hour, plus or minus 10 minutes. So you're not, when you're looking at me in real life, not on a computer screen. In real life, when you're looking at me, you can't see this spool. But you're saying, but I do see the spool. No, you don't. You're seeing a composite of what that spool looked like the last time you locked onto it and looked at it. The last time you went at the spool. So they've done this. It's fascinating as hell. First of all, go watch a video on YouTube called the Gorilla Experiment. All right, I can even tell you how it works, and it's still gonna work for half of you. Okay, because it's 50-50. There's people playing basketball, and they ask you to count the number of times the ball's passed between the white shirts. And then a guy in a gorilla outfit walks right through the middle of the frame across the screen. Half the people who watch the video never see the gorilla. They're like, did you see the gorilla? And literally 50% of people go, what gorilla? Because their brain was never looking at the gorilla. It never stopped on the gorilla and went and added the gorilla to your composite. Because I'd instructed you to focus on something specific. So I told you, watch my nose, watch my nose, watch my nose, and then I changed the spool to blue. And then I changed the spool to pink. And then I change it back to black. And then I say, how many people saw the spool change color? Most of you will never have seen the spool change color because you were watching my nose. Now, like I said, on a computer screen, it's a little harder, but it does work. So what they did, this is fascinating. They had a picture on a screen. It was a cityscape. Right, so you had a double-decker bus, you had people in a square, you had skyscrapers in the background, all kinds of stuff. It's a picture. Like if you were in Times Square, New York. Click, there's a picture. Then they had eye tracking software that analyzed your eyeballs and could tell what parts of the screen you were looking at. So now the computer knows what you're looking at and knows what you haven't looked at yet. They removed entire buildings. No one noticed. They removed the double-decker bus. No one noticed. They added things that weren't there. No one noticed. Because you weren't looking at that part of the screen yet. So your brain hadn't added that to your composite view of the world yet. So the computer was able to delete and add stuff, and you never knew it. Here's another one. Close one eye and hold something long and skinny in front of you. Well, first of all, your view of the world actually looks like this. Inverse. So you could see all of this, but you can't see this. Because you actually have a hole in the middle of your eye. The center of your eyeball is where all your cabling for your optic nerve comes in and goes through the center of your eye to your brain. So you actually have a hole in the center of your eye. So your view of the world is actually two donuts. So why don't you see a donut? Because that would fucking freak you out. Okay? So our brain fills in the gap. This is how people can come to a turn, make a left, and crash right into a car in front of them, and they never saw it. You're looking at the video going, how did you not see the car right in front of you? Because you got a fucking hole in the middle of your eye. And the rate at which you moved your eye from right to left to scan for cars to not run into just happened to be the exact rate the car was driving across your field of view. So the car was hidden inside the hole in the middle of your donut vision. That actually happens. With me, it's worse. Because you have two eyes. So this eye can fill in the hole on this eye,
And this eye can look over here and fill in the hole from this eye. Well, I only have one eye, so I have a permanent hole right in the middle of my vision. But I don't see a hole. The world looks whole to me. Right? What you see is a fiction. Yes, you can argue this in court. The problem with arguing this in court is not can you argue it in court, it's he said, she said. And the dash cam removes the he said, she said. It all depends on how good your lawyer is. Okay? Because, of course, their insurance is going to argue, you were 1.2 seconds behind, it's your fault. But a good lawyer is going to say, well, even if I was 5 seconds behind, I was still slamming into the back of your car because his fucking brake lights didn't work. And on top of that, he broke the reasonableness doctrine. He stopped in the middle of the highway for no reason. And we can prove he was lying. So how do we know he stopped in the middle of the highway for no reason? That's what he told the cop. He told the cop there was no one in front of him. He just wanted to get over into the middle lane behind the blue car. Why? Why would you stop? And like, he didn't slow down. He stopped. Right? He came to a stop. And it was a panic stop. But here's the thing. When we slow down the video, we can see a white roof right in front of him. Looks like the cab of a pickup truck. Right? It's not that close to him. It's about, 30 or 40 feet in front of him. Roughly guessing. The field of view gets distorted with distance of wide-angle video. Things like that get distorted. But we can clearly see there is a car in front of him. So here's what... Now, this is my guess. I have no evidence to support this except the video. But here's my guess as to what happened. My guess is him and that white car were road raging. And that white car got in front of him and brake checked him. So he slammed on the brakes harder in order to get behind the blue car and pass the road rager, because now if he's behind the blue car, then the road rager can't cut him off again because he's got a car in front of him. So he slammed on the brakes, so the white car brake checks him. He slams on the brakes, doesn't want to get stuck behind him again. He can't get over because the truck will just get over. You've seen road rage. You try to go around and pass him. Unless you have a faster car, he just moves over and blocks you and keeps slowing you down to exert dominance over you. So this guy wanted to take advantage of this blue car passing. And so he slammed on the brakes, coming to a complete stop, and turned his wheels hard over. You can actually see in the video, he stops and turns like this to try to accelerate behind the blue car and prevent this white car from blocking him off again. I think that's what he was trying to do. And of course, he can't tell the cop that. So he says there was nothing in front of him. He just wanted to get over. Which is just as stupid. But then you combine that with his brake lights not working, and this innocent car behind him never had a chance. Even if he was 3 seconds back, without brake lights. So, okay, why do brake lights make the difference? Why are we talking about all this visual fiction? Because contrary to popular belief, and all the fucking armchair quarterbacks sitting at their computers watching this video saying, well, I could see he stopped and it should have been obvious he was slowing down. That's not how the fucking human brain works, and that's not how vision works. Your brain is designed for things less than 25 miles an hour. Because that's how fast you can run, and that's how fast your prey runs, and you have to be able to lead your target to throw that spear at that deer. So those are the kinds of velocities your brain is designed to deal with. A good example of this is birds. So they found an interesting problem with birds. Birds would land on the highway to get the animal that got killed. They're scavengers, so they're going to get the food. Now, most of the time, when a car is coming, the bird gets out of the way of the car. But sometimes when the car is coming, the bird gets out of the way, but not fast enough, and gets whacked by the car. Why? Why can't the bird see the car coming? Well, because the bird's brain can't process anything past 60 miles an hour. They can't properly judge the distance, or there's a limit on the distance away that a bird is going to respond to something. And so, of course, the faster you go, the faster you're going to cover that fixed distance. Either which way, they found out it was about 60 miles an hour. If the traffic was going 60 or less, the birds could usually dodge the traffic. But if the traffic was going faster than 60, the birds couldn't process what was going on in front of them fast enough, and they got whacked by the cars. Well, the same thing happens here. The only way this person is going to notice that car slowing down in time to do something about it is if they are expecting the car to slow down and they're looking directly at it, looking for that indicator of the car slowing down. You see this happen. For example, when you see you see a car accident where the car behind starts to slow down because they see something obvious happening between two cars. And so they begin to slow down because they're anticipating what's happening. But when you're just free-flowing at 65 miles an hour on the highway, you're not expecting anything to happen. There's no cues to warn you about what's happening. You say, why can't you see the car slowing down? Because it takes time for your brain to process what's going on around you. That's why we have brake lights. Your brain cannot process the information happening around you fast enough. You can't do it. You are biologically not designed for it. So 9 out of 10 times, you're going to fail because you're not designed for it. So how do we compensate for that design flaw? We remove the analysis. There's no analysis. There's simply trained response. Brake light, stop. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to process. You don't have to analyze. You don't have to check the progress of the car against something else. Brake light, stop. Brake light, stop. That's it. We're simply trained. Brake light, stop. So when you see the brake light, you know to stop. Even if you don't know to stop, you know to slow down. You know this car is stopping because his brake lights are on, which means his brake lights are engaged. Or brakes are engaged, which means no matter what, that car is slowing down. So I need to slow down. And I can respond instantly because, speed of light, lights turn on, I stop. So the following distance is not braking distance. Following distance is reaction time difference. The stopping distance is 2 cars. This car takes 5.5 seconds to stop. This car takes 5.5 seconds. It's an average. Obviously, some cars can stop faster. Some cars will take longer. It's an average. We're just using it to keep it simple. So this car takes 5.5 seconds to stop, and this car takes 5.5 seconds to stop. But this car only starts stopping after it presses the brakes. So there is a reaction time difference from when I see the brake lights to when my brain says, brake lights, press my own brake, and then the 240 mile per hour electrical signal goes from my brain to my foot, and then my foot moves at its 6 or 7 miles per hour to the pedal, and then begins depressing the pedal. All of that takes time. The signal from your brain to your foot is not instantaneous. It's about 240 miles an hour. Your feet move at about 6 or 7 miles an hour. So there is a physical limit to how quickly you can go from I need to stop to send the signal to your foot actually moves, your foot depresses the pedal, and inertia is now being overcome by friction in your brakes, and your car begins to slow down. That's what the following distance is for. The following distance gives your brain time to send the signal to your feet, and your feet to actually physically move to the pedal, and the pedal to actually depress before your car actually begins to slow down, and now it's 5.5 seconds. It's not 5.5 seconds from the time you see the brake lights. It's 5.5 seconds from the time you press your own brake pedal. So you've got that 5.5 seconds in the time this car takes to slow down, but you need this 2 to 3 seconds to allow you time to realize what's happening, physically send the signal to your foot, move your foot, and physically depress the pedal. So what happens is brake, recognition, depress, brake, and now both cars are stopping. If the distance is shorter than your recognition time, you hit the car. Now, because we are not equipped to recognize something like that slowing down in a real-time environment, we need a tool to help us. That tool is the brake lights. because we can instantly recognize what a brake light is, and we can train ourselves to not have to think about it. Because if you have to think, you're dead. Because you can't think fast enough. People who shoot bullseyes, a bullet through a bullet. People who shoot archery arrows into apples. People who toss a coin up in the air and pop that coin with their revolver. People who put a ring and put an arrow through that ring. They're not thinking. None of those people are thinking. If you're thinking, you're missing 100% of the time because you cannot process that information fast enough. What they're doing is called a conditioned response or muscle memory. Try playing a 10-year-old at a video game that you have no experience at video games. That kid's gonna whoop your fucking ass. I was playing GoldenEye with Gregory. You know, he was 10 years old at the time. I was 20, whatever it was. I don't remember the exact separation. But anyway, he would look at my half of the screen, figure out where I was, get there, and kill me before I found a gun. You know, when I want to move my character, I have to think, okay, I need to move the right-hand stick to move my body this way. Then I need to move this left-hand stick up and forward in order to shift my field of view up here. And then I need to press this button to fire my rifle and kill that guy. That's not how gamers do it. And that's why I lose every time. Gamers do not think right stick this way, left stick up and forward, press the button. Gamers just go. They don't even think about it. They just go. Their fingers just move. I mean, think about it. When was the last time you thought about your turn signal or your brake pedal? When was the last time you thought, bring my hand up, grab the stalk, pull the stalk down, visually confirm the signal is on, check my mirror to move over? None of you do that. You don't even remember doing it. It's become muscle memory. Your body simply knows where it needs to go. You simply think turn signal, and the motions happen. That's called muscle memory. That's training. That's why beginning drivers are so behind the wheel, because they have to think about everything, and thinking takes too long. We depend on trained responses and muscle memory, and that only works when the conditions fit the training. That's why there are no lights and no turns on a freeway, because that would require thinking, and the human brain cannot think at 70 miles an hour. We're not designed for it. So when that truck, SUV, stopped for no reason in the middle of the highway, which is something you would never expect, and had no brake lights, this person never had a fucking chance. They could have been 4 seconds behind that SUV, and they were still going to slam into the back of that SUV at 20 or 30 miles an hour, even with perfect reflexes. Because without that brake light to warn you, there simply isn't enough time for you to process, because now you can't use your trained muscle response. Your trained muscle response is based on the brake lights, not the car stopping. That's why people who ride with their brake lights on are so aggravating, because it keeps triggering your trained response. We do not stop because we see cars stopping. We stop because the brake lights turn on. If we stopped because cars were stopping, we would need a 10-second following distance. I mean, think about it. You know, if you had, you know, here's a good, you want to test this? You want to test this? Get a beach ball. You know, a beach ball. It's not going to hurt your car, okay? Have somebody stand on the sidewalk. You drive down the road at 35 miles an hour, and you have someone, now you can't look at them. So we're going to have somebody in the passenger seat holding a piece of paper up to block your view of that person. All right? Because obviously you know what's going on. You're going to watch the person. So we're going to block your view of that person so you can't see them. They're going to hide behind a wall. Right? You probably have to set up 10 walls and have to be random which wall they were behind. Because again, you're going to try to game it and process it. And they're just going to randomly chuck that volleyball out into the road. And you got to try to miss it. You'd be amazed at how much distance you actually need to do that. And that's when you're ready for it, because you know it's coming. So your foot's going to be ready to jump onto that gas pedal to make that change. Following behind a car on the highway, you're not doing that. You are going on faith that that car is going to continue to drive correctly forward. Now, when an accident occurs, well, the accident becomes your brake lights. That's something you're going to see right away. But the problem is, if you can't see the car in front of them, then you're not going to be able to anticipate the accident coming. And that's how you get multi-car pileups. Because, you know, without the brake lights going off, you don't know what's happening. And because the car in front of you is blocking your view of the car in front of them, when they slam into the car in front of them and come to a sudden stop, you don't have enough time, even if you're 3 seconds behind. 3 seconds behind assumes normal conditions. One car slamming into another is not normal conditions. So when you combine the fact that the guy stopped for no reason, and you combine that with non-working brake lights, they should be able to win in court. Because that definitely shifts the bulk of responsibility onto the car in front. Yeah. Well, it's not that they react faster. Oh, yeah, the print finished. It's not so much that they react faster, is that they don't have to react. They play that game. If you played that game 10 hours a day for the next 3 months, you'd be just as good as them, maybe even better. But they play that game every day, hour after hour after hour, to the point where they don't even realize they're holding a controller. It's an extension of their body, and their fingers just go. Their fingers just twitch and do what they need to do. They don't even think about it. They see what they want, and their fingers simply respond. While you have to actually think about which finger you're going to move, how much you're going to move it, and what direction you're going to move it. And well, you're losing every time. But you have to remember, they're playing that game over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. So they develop muscle memory. You do the same thing in your car. You don't think about... This is why sudden acceleration happens. Oh, wow, it took off the bottom. I almost got it off. Oh, wow, that's really on there. I think I need to raise it up to 65%. That's pretty cool. This is the worst filament to use for this model, because it's going to be really hard for you to see the details in that model, because it's clear. So you're seeing the inside surface and the outside surface at the same time. But except for the really small areas, which look a little bit rough, but that's because of a 0.6 millimeter nozzle and a 0.4 millimeter layer height. That's going to make fine details a little rougher. But overall, I'm pleased. That looks fine. It's hard to make the camera autofocus. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Now, of course, I could lower that down to 0.2 millimeter layer height, and you'll get that kind of quality. So it's capable of quality. Yeah, for kids, though, this is perfect, because it balances... Well, first of all, the larger layer height and thicker nozzle means a faster print. So kids don't get as impatient waiting for it to happen. When they only have to wait an hour versus having to wait 3 or 4 hours, it's a big difference. This is also partially due to the fact that you only have an 80 millimeter cube build volume, which tends to limit how long prints take simply by being small. And then you combine larger layer height and larger nozzle, it's even faster. And then you also factor in that the larger layer height and larger nozzle are going to result in stronger prints. So they're going to be less likely to break. Best printer for kids to learn on? Don't know. Best printer for kids to use after you have gotten the printer tuned out nicely and created a good profile, and especially if you slice the models for them, easy. Because the hard part is not going to be the printing process. The hard part is going to be training the kids to understand what is and what is not printable. Meaning what's going to need support, what's not going to need support. You're going to want to limit them to things that don't need support, because otherwise you're going to be there all day processing these prints. But if you can train them to recognize what does and doesn't need support, you can even get to the point where they can download stuff they want on Thingiverse and print it out themselves. 10 years and older, easy. But most of 3D printing is actually not printing. Most of 3D printing, assuming the printer is properly tuned and working correctly. Obviously, if the printer's not working correctly, you've got other issues. But assuming the printer is mechanically functioning correctly, most of the work in 3D printing is understanding what 3D printing is and what the physical limits are mechanically of 3D printing. Yeah, I've seen that. Once you understand, okay, that's going to be a little sloppy, but it'll still print okay, and this does not require support. Once you understand what does and doesn't require support, it gets much, much easier. Much, much easier. And then the other thing you're going to want to do is you want to create, like, for example, I would actually create a profile that already has 2 processes built in. So your first process is going to be, this is for high resolution stuff. So your first process will be print 3 layers at 0.4 millimeter. That means you don't have to dick around with bed level and first layer height because you're printing the exact same first layer every time, 0.4 millimeters. And then after those first 3 layers, then you switch to whatever layer height you want. You want to print at 0.2, you want to print at 0.1, because now you're printing on established plastic. You don't have to mess with anything, you don't have to fuss with anything. This print, if you look, you can see those first layers are 0.4 millimeter thick. See that opaque section at the bottom? It's less than 2 millimeters thick. That's 3 layers. 1.2 millimeters. Or maybe 4. It's 3 or 4 layers. Now the way you do this, bringing up Simplified 3D so I can show you guys how to do this. Okay, so here's the dragon. So let's say I want to print him at a higher resolution. Matter of fact, I do. So I go to, I kind of look at the wrong screen. So I go to variable settings and I add a layer at 1.2 millimeters. And I go add location, split process. I now have 2 processes. This is the first layer. This is the second layer. Second process. So this covers the first 1.2 millimeters of the model. This covers the rest of the model. So if I want to print this at 0.1 millimeters to get a really nice high-res model, I will change this second process to 0.1 millimeters. And don't forget to increase your number of top layers. So 2 at 0.4, 4 at 0.2, 6 at 0.1. Okay, same thing with bottom. Now we don't need to do that on the first layer. Now the nozzle width is always 0.6 millimeters, so 2 perimeters is still perfectly fine. This layer stays 0.4, 2, 2, and 2. All right, I'm actually going to increase that to 3. Make that bottom layer a little tougher so it pops off easier. I am also going to experiment here. Layer. I'm going to change this to 65%. I noticed that bottom layer was a little bit too thin. So I'm going to tweak that up to 65%. Now, this is all stuff you can do, and your kid doesn't have to worry about. As long as you train your kid to recognize what does not need supports, he can simply... Oh, shit. What happened? Hard crash. Are you guys still there? That came back. Camera came back. You guys still see me okay? Why can't I see this screen over here? What the hell did I just do? Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. Yeah, I just had a hard crash. Hang on. My screen brightness is wrong. Why did my screen brightness change? Which function icon does screen brightness? Is it that one? Nope, not that one. Which one does screen brightness? Is it that one? There it goes. Because of my, this laptop has a hacked screen. So, no drop frames. Oh, that's probably a delayed response from when it crashed. Okay, so we're going to mess with that later. I don't want to take a chance of... And that's live again. Yeah, we're going to leave that alone. Okay, so I'll mess with that later. I want to print that at 0.1 millimeters. I really like this, so I want to print this at a higher resolution. So I could take that profile and I could drop absolutely any of these objects into that profile, and it'll work for all of them. So the only thing you would have to do is train your kid to recognize what does and what does not require support. As long as your kid can look at the model and go, that should work without support. You know, train them to recognize islands that would require support. Like, for example, this will not print without support. All right? Because his entire tail and belly are off the bed, and his little hands are off the bed. Now, you could fix this by sinking it into the bed until it touches, even though that would distort his feet a little bit. That would work, but it wouldn't work for his hands. Okay, so something like this would not print without supports. Everything else on this table will print without supports. So you could drop any of these. Hacked screen, yes. So I have a Hewlett-Packard 8770W. It's a very, very... am I smooth and clear? Because it's not on here. But it doesn't say I have any drop screens. And my CPU looks good. So I think I'm streaming okay. I think it's just Firefox being laggy. So I have a Hewlett-Packard 8770W. It's one of the nicest machines you can buy on a relative budget. And even still, a fully decked out one a few years ago would cost you about $3,000. And is it choppy? Okay. Is there anything I can do to fix that? I don't think so. What I can do is try closing Firefox altogether so that nothing is running except for OBS. Let it stabilize and then bring it back. No, I don't need Steam Web Helper. I'm going to try closing some of this stuff, because things have gotten unstable since that crash. That was a nasty crash. And it's just reopening again. When I fucking end a process, I want you to go away forever. I don't want to see you. Go away. Don't come back. Opera browser assistant? Why the hell are you open? God, I hate when they do that. Okay, that's everything that I can safely close. Still looks a little choppy. We're running at 86% CPU, so let's give it time to stabilize. So it's a Core i7, 3.6 gigahertz, 32 gigs of RAM. It's got a 4 gigabyte Quadro video card. It's got dual hard drives, all solid state. It's got more ports than you can shake a stick at. It's got an 18-inch screen, full-size keyboard. It's my dream laptop. So I was real bummed out when Matt stole mine, because I had that thing nicely decked out. Thankfully, it's a little bit cheaper now, so I was able to rebuild it. This one still needs a little work, but I was able to rebuild it. So this one, they had an option available called a Dream Color display panel. So it's a higher bitrate, higher color depth, higher quality screen, and studio quality screen. It's a really, really nice screen. When you see the colors on the screen compared to a regular screen, the first screen, besides OLEDs on phones, the first screen I ever got that could compete with the screen on my laptop is this $4,000 Sony TV. It's the first screen I've ever gotten that can compete color-wise. And it's still not quite as vibrant as my laptop screen. That screen is like a $3,000 option. It adds $3,000 to the price of the laptop, just that screen. So there was a guy online who got a hold of a couple of different machines that had the Dream Color screen, and he hacked them into this laptop. So he replaced the standard LCD screen this laptop came with a Dream Color panel. Now, because that was hacked together, they're not 100% compatible. There's minor glitches. Let's try reopening Firefox, because I need my chat screen so I can see what you guys are saying. Can I restore previous session? Yes. So this has a hacked Dreamcolor panel installed on it, but it's not 100% compatible. So I have to use the specific video driver that's installed in order to make it work, which means I can't update the video driver. There's no updates available anywhere anyway for a machine this old. And is it any better? So now I got the chat back. Still saying it's not receiving enough video data. I'm probably going to have to reboot the machine to fix that. So we're just going to have to deal with the choppiness until we're done. I can try turning off other displays. So now we're only transmitting a single video stream. That should help a bit with processing power. How it didn't totally crash, I don't know. I owned a porn shop, and I worked in a porn shop for 20 years. Porn does nothing for me. Porn does... No, it wasn't Firefox that crashed. It was Simplify 3D. Simplify 3D crashed hard. Like, real hard. I mean, Simplify 3D went bang and just died. Actually, Simplify 3D is pretty stable. It very rarely crashes on me. Matter of fact, I can count on the number of fingers on this hand the number of times Simplify 3D has crashed in the last 2 years. I mean, it just doesn't crash very often. But shocked by very Corey. So one of the conditions of this screen is I cannot put the screen brightness at 100%. Whatever value it uses is incompatible with the panel. So I have to keep the screen brightness at 99%. Well, when it crashed, it got reset to 100%. So I had to find the key and it made the screen real dim. Basically, it almost turned off the backlight. So I had to I'd bring it down one click to 99% in order to get brightness back on my screen. That's what I was doing when I said, oh crap, what buttons do that? I was getting the screen back to 99% so it properly light up. And the account looks steady. I'm going to close this browser window since I can do that and leave this chat open. That should help a little bit with resources. But yeah, this thing's running at 96%. Jesus. And it's getting hot as fuck. It's like the CPU fan is not kicking on, higher speed like it should. In fact, I think that's exactly what's happening. I think something crashed and is preventing the CPU from cycling up the fan, so it's throttling down to compensate. And the result of that is we're running at 90% utilization. Although the video is looking a little bit smoother. Nah, it's still pretty choppy. No, it's on my end. Some background process that's necessary has crashed. My guess is whatever background process controls the cooling fan. So the cooling fan's running at a fixed speed. As the processor gets hotter, the fan should go faster. And it's not. So the processor is saving itself by throttling. And of course, when it throttles, well, the streaming video takes a hit. So we're probably going to end it pretty soon. I've got to order 12-volt lights. Or even with Task Mangler, I don't know what I would have to reload. I have one Firefox window open, the chat session. That's it. So why is Firefox running 6 processes? No idea. And of course, I won't be able to resume the stream if I reboot. There's a small window where you can resume the stream, but that window is smaller than the reboot time. But, well, I have a desktop PC coming. So, remember, Matt stole all my computers. So, this is the only computer I got besides these laptops. He stole all my computers that I brought from Pennsylvania, including desktop. But I just got a desktop Vince provided. I actually almost missed it because I thought it was a computer case. Because a lot of computer cases have been showing up on, the review thing lately. And so I almost just scrolled past it thinking it was just a computer case. And then I realized, wait a minute, $541. What computer case costs $541? And I realized, oh no, this is a whole PC. It's a modern generation, 10th generation Core i5 12 core at 4.2 gigahertz with 12 gigs of RAM and a 500 gigabyte SSD hard drive. I was like, hell yeah, I'll take that. I mean, the RAM needs to be upgraded because I need at least 32. But shit, I'll take that. So I grabbed it. So I'll have that PC. It'll be a couple of weeks because it'll be a week or two before it gets here. Yeah, it looks a little bit smoother on my end. Probably helps that I turned off so much stuff. But I'm still running at 92%. I don't know. I've never tried to transition a stream between devices. Can you even do that? I don't even know if you can do that. Like, how would I even do that? Go live. Yeah, see, it's asking me to add a title. Can I resume a YouTube live stream on a different device? What are you doing? No, it does not look like I can do that. So it would create a separate stream if I clicked start stream on a different device. That actually makes sense because there's a key. There's a hashtag key that you have to use for the stream to limit ability of people to hijack you. So I can't, if I start a stream on a phone, it's going to be a different stream. It won't be this stream continued. You know, that would actually be pretty cool if they figured out a way to do that. You know, start a stream here, transfer the stream to my phone, go outside, show something, come back, transfer it back to the PC. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be a damn cool feature. It'd be a pretty niche feature, though. I mean, very few people would actually have a need for that. So I can understand why they don't have it. But it would be pretty cool. So once I have that PC, now that PC is going to be a direct ship item. It's not coming from FBA, you know, Amazon inventory. So it could be a week or two before I get it. Even longer. I ordered a table for my sister like 6 months ago and it still hasn't been shipped. That happens sometimes. So it could be a week or two. And then, of course, I've got to get my software installed, get everything set up and all that stuff. So hopefully within a month, I'll have a proper desktop PC. It's already got dual HDMI out, so I can get a second screen set up. I got plenty of screens. And go from there. We have made progress here. We might as well talk about the homestead. My kitchen is a total wreck. It's a mess and it stinks. So a couple days ago, the floor got all wet. Now I just assumed water was splashing over the counter. You know, as it bounces off of the stuff you're washing, the pressure can get pretty high when the calcium starts to build up, and so you get lots of splatter. And I should have realized the volume was too high, but I just didn't. It didn't click. I just assumed it was splash. But then it happened again a couple days ago. And Michelle was like, hey, there's a lot of water here. I was like, it's probably just splash over. She's like, no, I can see it coming out of the cabinet. And I come over, sure enough, water's pouring out of the cabinet. My whole kitchen floor got soaking wet. I got to pull that carpet out of there. I got to take that carpet outside and pressure wash it. And then I got to bleach the floor because the floor's covered in that yicky water that came out of the sink. And hopefully it didn't destroy the wood in the cabinet. Ender and I had a chat about his rent, okay, because I have a problem with freeloaders, and there was a giant nest inside the cabinet under the sink where the mice have been storing the wood pellets they've been stealing from over here. So I'm glad I'm getting rid of that now. They've been stealing wood pellets and stashing them under the sink, and the cat knows how to open the sink cabinets. I've watched him do it. So him and I had a little chat. I'm like, buddy, all right, you know, you've been paying your rent pretty good. You know, you've been catching those mice. You know, I count that as a rent. What the fuck's this? Come on, man. Don't be a freeloader. Do your job. So I had to scoop all that out of there. Yuck. Actually, I got pictures. So all of that is the wood pellets. Of course, now all soaking wet because the underside of the sink filled with water. Now, I'm not a plumber, but logically, this doesn't jive with me. Anybody see a problem here? Anybody see a problem here? I ripped all the crap out of there. I ripped the water filter out of there. It wasn't plugged in. You know, that gray tube in the back is for the dishwasher, which doesn't exist anymore. Okay, that's my sink. And specifically, you can see there's an overview. There we go. So that right there is my problem. All right, that seems like a problem to me because that's the P trap. And then that's the drain that goes outside. But that drain is lower than the sink. So when there's a clog, all the water came pouring out of that goddamn pipe that you see there. Now, I mean, I'm not a plumber, so maybe that's normal. Not the gray tube. The gray tube is the drain for the dishwasher, which I don't have anymore. But to me, first of all, that shouldn't be there. Because the whole point of the goddamn P-trap is to stop sewer gases from coming into the house. But the drain is an open top with no P-trap on the backside. So there's nothing to stop those sewer gases coming in the house, which explains why my kitchen stinks every now and then. As there's always like this little odor that I can't quite place. I think it's coming from that. And then, of course, when there's a clog, instead of the sink backing up, which is what you want, because then you know there's a problem, instead, the water is just flowing out of that goddamn pipe. And of course, you're not going to notice the water coming out of that pipe until it starts leaking out of the cabinet. Well, no, you need it to be open. You need a vent. Okay, these lines need a vent. You notice on the roof of my house, I have all those vent lines. Well, you know, there's one for the shower, there's one for the toilet, there's one for the furnace, there's one for the stove, there's one for Michelle's toilet, there's one for Michelle's shower. You know, they all have vents to allow pressure equalization. But those vents are up high, so any smells that come out of them are out there. And if there's a backup, it's not going to make it there. But that one is lower than the sink, so it's where all the water came out of. So now I need, well, two problems. I have this weird thing on the top of my sink. I have a pump thing for soap, which doesn't work. I got to replace it. And then there's a second thing next to it. Yeah, it looks like they fucked up putting the dishwasher in. I got rid of the dishwasher as soon as I got it because I knew I can't use a dishwasher. Dishwashers don't work with hard water. It just doesn't work. No, there's no vent on the septic tank. Each individual room that has drains has a vent. I can see them on the roof. You know, they go up to the roof, and then there's a little cap, and there's a vent there. There's one for Michelle's bathroom, and there's one for my bathroom, and there should be one for the kitchen. And instead, I guess they never put one in. So, first problem is that extra gadget on my sink, which I have no idea what it is. It had a blue tube coming out of it going into that drain. So when I pulled that adapter off to try to get into that tube, because that's where I had to clear the clog, I dropped the fucking tube. So now that blue tube is inside my drain. Yay! That's going to be fun. What I need to do is to get a pipe wrench. And if you notice, this section of tube is extra. I need to remove that section of tube so that I can, one, get that blue tube, and two, have enough room to pull that blue tube out and get rid of it. Now, I was able to clear the clog with Drano, enough that we can use the sink again. Now, I imagine there is still a clog in there. It probably just freed it up a little bit. I also boiled a pot of boiling water and dumped that down there because it's probably grease and oil, grease and fat. But I think if I take off that little gadget on top of the sink, which I don't need because it doesn't do anything, I should be able to then get my snake to go through the sink into that drain and be able to snake out the line and mechanically clear it. And then what I need to do is to put a hole through the side of my house so that I can run two elbows through the house and have a vent that comes up higher than the sink. so that when the sink is clogged, it backs up into the sink and lets me know, hey, you got a clog. So I got to do that too. But before I do that, I've got to get rid of that one piece of pipe so that I can get access to the blue tube and get the blue tube out. Because what happens is I grabbed the blue tube and I tried to lift it out, but it was longer than the space available. So when my hand hit the bottom of the sink, I dropped the tube and the tube fell inside. So yeah, it's probably ABS pipe. Looks like 3-inch pipe. So I got to get, 2 elbows and then 2 lengths of pipe to. I got to run the pipe outside the house and up, so that I can have a proper vent that's outside and not underneath my freaking sink. But turn on the air conditioner, get a little warm. So that was fun dealing with that. Matter of fact, later tonight, Michelle and I, well, maybe not tonight because I got to do some work outside. So probably tomorrow, we got to clear that out. Roll up the carpet. I got to take it outside, take the pressure washer to it to get all that out of the carpet. And then I got to bleach the floor to kill whatever is in the floor now from the water evaporating and leaving whatever is in that water on the floor. There's no tile floor there. It's exposed wood. And that peel and stick vinyl tile, that's garbage. And then I got to get the pipe section off. And then I got to get the blue tube out. And then I got to get the snake in there and make sure it's mechanically cleaned out. And then I got to put the hole through the wall and the extension to have a proper above sink level vent on the outside. I can even just put a tube going straight outside. This way, if it overflows, it's overflowing outside onto the grass and not in my house, in my kitchen floor. So we got to deal with that, but at least we got it cleared up so that we can wash dishes again. Because for 2 days we couldn't wash dishes. Because, as you know, I only have hot water on the kitchen sink. Because if I tried to run the hot water tank 24/7, I'd burn it up in a week. And I've also finally started clearing out the 3rd bedroom. So I got the one wall cleared out. And now, later tonight, I'm going to build a couple of the shelves. I got these metal, like these shelves here, but made of metal, the Metro style shelving. So, hey, the video does look clearer now. Still at 90% cycles, though. Then I can start putting shelving up and also move the freezer into that room. I got another freezer a few months ago. It's not as big as a full upright freezer, but it's as tall as one, just narrower. I'm hoping it'll take the place of 2 or 3 of my freezers that I currently have going. Because right now I have a fridge freezer in the kitchen, and I have 4 freezers going in this house, to keep all of our food. And I'd like to get that down to 2, and then keep the other 3 as backups. It's always nice to have a backup freezer, so if you have to thaw one, you can just move it to another freezer, and then thaw it out, drain it, all that stuff. And or if one fails, you can just rapidly plug a new one in and move the stuff into the freezer. Because it would suck to lose $500 of food to a bad freezer. I actually have freeze alarms on all of them. I have wireless thermometers with a sensor that you put inside the freezer. And then I have a little unit in my utility room, and it shows 4 temperatures for my 4 different freezers. Well, I'm getting the smells now because that pipe goes straight down into the main sewer line. There's no P-trap. The P-trap is before that. So there's a P-trap for the sink, but there's no P-trap for that pipe. So there's nothing to stop those smells from coming in the house. That's why the kitchen always stinks. Now I know why. It doesn't stink bad, and it doesn't always stink, but every now and then I get like, ew, yuck. But every now and then I would get like an odor. Like, what is that? And I'd start looking for bad food or looking for something rotting, and I wouldn't find anything. And then an hour later, the odor would go away. Exactly. It's a vent, and that vent is supposed to be outside. Should be a one-way, not a two-way. I don't know. Well, it's wrong, whatever it is. Because it definitely comes back because all the water came out. And thankfully, the dollar store Drano stuff worked, and it cleared it up enough. And once I got flow through, I dumped boiling water down there, which would further melt whatever grease and fat might be there. I got to teach Michelle not to put grease and fat down the drain. We have catch cans that we fill with the grease and fat and we dispose of. Oh, that's interesting. So there should be a one-way valve on there somewhere. There isn't. It definitely goes in and out. So I think it's okay. Code doesn't really matter to me because who's going to check, but I'm going to research some videos to find out the correct way to hook it up, and try to at least bring it to code, because while I don't necessarily agree with codes and permits all the time, most of them do have a reason to exist and do make sense. So I want to try to at least make that code. Yeah, well, we're going to end it here anyway, so it's 2 o'clock here, and we're done for now. We were going to hack some modifications into the printer, but I don't have the camera yet. I don't have the charge controller yet, and the LED lights I got are not compatible. So hopefully I'll get another set of LED lights. We'll try that next week, because that's going to be the biggest upgrade, just having LED lights so I don't have to use a flashlight to light up the inside of the printer. That's going to be a nice upgrade. Where are you at? You're in the UK, right? So it's 9 p.m. there. Wow. Last time I've asked you which printer to buy, you said Ender 5. So I purchased Ender 5 Pro. Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, is it actually warped up in the center? Like, did you put a straight edge on it and it's actually warped? Frank Kitchen Systems. I will check that out. Cool. I just watched a video. He did a comparison between all-American breakfast and a full English breakfast, minus the blood pudding. And I gotta say, that full English breakfast looks good. The only change I would make is ditch the tomatoes, because I don't like cooked tomatoes. So I would replace those with fresh, uncooked tomatoes, sliced with a little bit of salt and feta. Otherwise, damn, that looked good. It looked damn good, and I love beans, so that's not a problem. I love beans. Well, he did it without that. That was the only thing he didn't have. But I was like, damn, that looks good. Let's see, Tomek. There we go. Yep. So you have confirmed with a straight edge that it has a warp. Okay. The correct solution is to replace the bed. You replace the aluminum plate with one that's not warped. That's the correct solution. There is something you can attempt to fix it. You do need to be careful because you could damage it. You have to remove the entire bed. And then what you do is you get some thin strips of wood, about 1 inch thick, 25 millimeters, and you straddle the bed. You figure out which way it's warped. It's probably going to be biased. So it's either going to be warped this way or it's going to be warped this way. So you figure out which way it's warped. Just put the straight edge like this until you figure out which direction is most warped. And what you do is you take that plate after you've removed it from the printer, and you straddle that plate between the two pieces of wood like this. And then you just take your hand and very gently push down. Now, if you want to help it a little bit, you can leave it plugged into the wiring on the printer. Turn on the heat bed to about 45 Celsius. That's warm enough to have an effect, but not warm enough that you can't touch it. 45, 50 degrees Celsius. And literally, you're just going to flex it. You're going to push down on it and just flex, flex, flex. If it's not enough, you can try increasing the height to give you more flex. But keep in mind, if you flex too much, you could break the traces on the heating circuit underneath. So be gentle. That's why heating it up is good, especially if you have a cold house. Otherwise, just straddle it between two pieces of wood and gently press, 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 and try to bend the warp out of it. Then put it back on the printer and keep printing. I've had pretty good success at straightening out CR10 beds doing that. Yep, they'll work with you. They're usually pretty good about it. You know, as long as you've done the diagnostics and you have pictures that you can show them. Yes, I can get you a link for that. Oh, let me do it from here. They finally gave us the ability. Do you want the small one or the big one? Because I have the little 11 can one, and I have the big 40 can one. In fact, I'm going to add them to the page. Okay, so this is the little one. Where is my link? There it is. Add to list. We're going to add it to which one? I guess I'll put it in household. And then here is the big one. Household. And the little one's only 160 bucks. So not bad at all. Copy associate link. Now I should be able to bring up YouTube and bring up my own video. Yes. Go away. There we go. Here's a link to the small one. And if you go to my Amazon influencer page in the description and you click on the household category, you'll be able to see both of them there. They also have a 24 quart version. This little one is fantastic for taking in the car because you can put it right on the seat next to you or right behind you on the seat. It's very small, enough to hold a few sodas and maybe a sandwich or two. It's especially good for sodas. I run mine at 34 degrees Fahrenheit. I believe you can change it to Celsius if you want, but I run mine just a couple degrees above freezing because let me tell you, nothing's better than a cold that's just about freezing. Oh, it's good. But the cool thing is, you can then run it. You know, I don't want to pick it up. You can then run it off of one of these batteries. You know, you buy like an Anchor or a Jackery battery, and it'll run for 8 or 9 hours. Oh, very quiet. Very, very quiet. You could sleep next to it. No problem. Just a little tiny hum of the when the compressor turns on. You can barely hear it. Matter of fact, most of the time when I turn it on, I have to feel it to make sure it's on because I can't tell by sound. And this one is kind of cool, but sadly it doesn't work. They apparently do not have any voltage regulation on the 12-volt side. So even with a 45-watt load, the voltage sag takes it below the minimum voltage that will run on. So the 12-volt out on this is basically useless, which is a pity because this is kind of a nice little tiny battery. You know, it's nice and small. But the Anchor, but this thing here, 300 watt hours, will run that overnight. No problem. All night. And then you can charge it up during the day. I don't even plug it into the car. Whenever we go on one of our photo trips where we're going to be gone all day taking pictures of properties, I have 11 cans of soda or juice or drink or whatever in the cooler. You know, it'll fit 12 of these if you squeeze the top. Because they're compressible a little bit. But I just stick it in the back of the car and I plug it into the battery pack and it runs the whole day. It is very, very cool. And it will go down to -4, so you can actually use it as a freezer. So, for example, you could put ice cream in there if you want. Hello, Wham Bam. Yeah, we were just talking about your mat. About how that's a good thing to use if you got a resin printer. I'd still like to see a bigger one of these with a deeper lip, with a thicker lip. If you go to amazon.com/shop/Nerisse, that page you're allowed to bookmark. There's a link in the description that will take you to that page. I also posted a link directly to that little fridge. And using those, thank you very much, because that's how I make my living. And required wording from Amazon to keep on the good graces of Amazon. As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. They require me to use those words. You don't want the Amazon gods angry at you. But every time you guys go to one of my links and shop, I make a commission. You don't even have to buy what you click on. If you click on the link for the fridge, then you go buy something else, I still get a commission, as long as you haven't clicked on anybody else's link. So, in the middle of a live stream, I'm probably safe to say this, but basically, if you click on one of my Amazon links every time you go to Amazon, then I'll get a commission regardless of what you buy. So if you know you're going to buy something on Amazon, just click on one of my links. Go to Nerisse.com, N-E-R, Nancy Echo Romeo Sam.com. I think that's the big one. But I would love just a little bit bigger. You know, it'd be nice to be able to fit 3 machines on there. But what I want is for this to be deeper. This to be just a little bit deeper. You know, if that was twice as thick, that'd be nice. And plus, I love the fact that it's orange. You can't beat orange. But, especially now with these bigger resin printers coming out. But if you go to Nerisse.com, so bookmark my homepage, Nerisse.com, and if you click on my Amazon link, right there on the top, it says, here's my Amazon link. And if you click on that, and then go buy whatever you're going to buy, I get a commission. You buy toilet paper, I get a commission. You buy toothpaste, I get a commission. You know, you sign up for Amazon Prime, I get a commission. So just, you know, each day you go to Amazon, just click on that link and then buy whatever you buy, I get a commission. So, yeah, I love this Genius Pro, but you can't remove the glass plate. So I have to add my Wham Bam on top of the glass plate, which makes it heavier, but still worth it. Because this glass plate's a pain in the ass. I still want to see you guys make, I mean, I could just buy them off Amazon, but I still want to see you guys make this style surface. You know, the one that feels, now, don't bookmark the AMZN links. You know, like that link I just posted there, the amzn.to, do not bookmark those. Okay? They won't work. There has to be a referrer. So the Amazon has to be able to tell where that link came from. And if it's coming from your bookmark list, you're never going to know, they won't count it. So now the influencer page, amazon.com/shop/Nerisse, that you can bookmark. Or go to Nerisse.com and click on the link. Yeah, but I don't like to, no, your PC is not the same thing. Your PC is a smooth surface. What I want is this almost fabric-like surface. It's hard and rigid, there's no give, but it's almost like fabric. You know, like the Ender 2 and the Ender 3 came with. Yes, that's it. Amazon.com/shop/Nerisse. You don't need the question mark and stuff, just that. The ones I got aren't textured. The ones I got, well, I guess textured in the same way that PEI is textured. So I guess it might have a texture, but it's not fuzzy. It's not cloth-like. This is like someone put cloth on here, and it sticks so much better. Mine's smooth. All of mine are, where are they at? Hang on, let me grab one. So here's two of them. That's the PC surface I have. And this is not textured. This is smooth. See? That's not what I call textured. It's not, I don't know how to describe it. It's the original Creality stickers. They're copies of, well, yours is closer to BuildTak. BuildTak's also pretty smooth, but the Creality ones have a I'll check it out. No, the both of them. Everyone that I've gotten from you, I've even gotten to the point where I've resorted to scratching it up to try to add texture. You know, this is, you can see there's a reflection there. It's smooth. There's, I mean, I guess there's texture in the same way that you have a textured PEI bed, but that's not the same thing. I want fuzzy. This feels like fabric. There's no give. There's no give on it. It feels hard when you push on it, but when you put your hand across it, it feels like cloth. This feels like plastic. But these surfaces feel. This one's not as good. The one on this printer is not the same as the Creality ones, but the Creality ones. No, I intentionally scraped that to try to add texture to it. Here's one that's not as scraped. See? No scraper has ever touched that. Right? No scraper has ever touched that section of that bed. And you can see that's smooth. There's no, at least not what I would call texture. To me, I call that smooth. You see, I've been adding stuff to it to try to make it stick better because it just doesn't stick as well as I would like. But this part here is virgin material that has never been touched by a scraper. And it's smooth. This one's been scraped a lot because I finally got fed up with it and I tried scraping it to add some texture. You know how like when you sand PEI it sticks a little better? I tried to do that to this. So now I just buy the skins off of Amazon and put them on the Wham Bam steel. And because you guys are one of the only ones left that don't pre-apply anything to the steel plate, so I could put whatever surface I want on it. It's one of the reasons I like Wham Bam. Yeah, the Crealities have a slight pebble surface, and it's almost, it feels like cotton. It's not. I know it's not, but it feels like fabric. The TH3D is nice, but they pre-apply the PEI, and I don't like PEI. So now I have to add another surface on top of that surface that they already added to it. While with the Wham Bam, it's just a steel plate, and I can put whatever sticker I want on here. Like I said, nothing has ever touched this. No scraper, no print, no adhesive, nothing. Nothing has ever touched that. And that is your PC surface. See? PC build surface. So this right here is, I probably have some brand new ones. This is for my Chiron once I get around to fixing the damn thing. Yeah, it looks like a BuildTak surface. Seriously? Yeah, the original Creality surface is damn near bulletproof for PLA. That fabric-like surface that came on the original Ender 2, CR10, and Ender 3s, that original cloth-like surface, sticks like gangbusters. In fact, that's when I had to use wedges and shit to get the prints off, which is why I like Wham Bam so much, man. Just, it pops right off. I am assuming there's going to be some PC in here. Ooh, there's a mat in here. Thanks. Awesome, a little one. Oh, there's a piece of tape holding it. I am assuming there's going to be some in here. Because I always get it with PC. Yep, there you go. You just saw me open this package. All right, this has never seen the light of day since it left your factory. There is no texture on that. That is smooth. Now, like I said, there's a texture like if you spray paint from a distance and it creates a like textured PEI, but smoother. There's that kind of texture on there, but there isn't a fabric-like texture. But there's your naked piece of PC build surface that has never seen the light of day since it shipped from your factory. Brand new, never used. And that's damn near as smooth as glass to me. It works well for a while, but it's not as good when you turn off the heat as the fabric-like surface. I mean, it works well, but that's smooth. It is better than the PEI PEX at heater off, but I call that smooth. And that's brand new, just opened it. So maybe you changed PC surfaces in the last 6 months or so. I don't know. But so for now what I've been doing is I've been just ordering the it's not, well, maybe the texture will help. I don't know. I don't have enough examples to know whether that's the answer. But what I would love is that fabric-like surface. That the if it's the surface that printer uses. Oh, you're not going to see that. The surface that printer there uses. All right, the Ender 2. That sticker that Creality uses, or used to use. Exactly. Matter of fact, it held on so well, it was a problem. But you combine that with a Wham Bam steel plate, it comes right off, baby. It's wonderful. Now, of course, if you mash the nozzle into it, and you're going to embed the filament into the surface, so you're screwed no matter what. But as long as your first layer is decent, that stuff does not let go until you make it let go. I mean, watch my video where I use a chisel and pop the prints off with a chisel. And but that's the surface I want. I want that cotton-like surface. And I don't know how else to describe it. When I rub my finger over that bed, it feels like cloth. I know it's not. I know it's just PC, I think. But it feels like cloth. And so I usually go on Amazon and look for the skins that look like cloth-like the original Creality ones, and then I just stick them on the Wham Bam sheet. Hey, a skewed view. But yeah, if you guys could get that cloth-like surface, oh, that'd be amazing. That'd be so good. And it also lasts forever. I mean, remember, in the old days before we had Wham Bam, we were scraping prints off the print bed. And then when we were done, we would scrape the bed clean for the next print, and it still just stuck and stuck and stuck and stuck. It never let go. I think the only time I've ever had to replace one of those surfaces was when I physically damaged it. Well, the problem is it has no durability. You print on high grit sandpaper, it has no durability. It'll be destroyed after each print. Whatever that sticker is on the Ender 2 and the original CR10 and stuff like that, whatever that was, as long as you didn't physically damage the surface, it never stopped sticking, ever. Never needed glue, never needed nothing. It just, I mean, even if your first layer wasn't perfect, the adhesion was so good, it didn't matter. I mean, shit, I've printed pens. You know, I've printed, I have printed pens standing on their tip on that print surface, and the damn thing held. Okay? Let me tell you, when it gets to the top, you could actually see that pen going sometimes when the nozzle would push into it, and it never let go. That I love that print surface. The only problem was you had to use a chisel and hammer to get the prints off sometimes. You know, little prints like this, no big deal. They pop right off. But, you know, a large print, you know, something like this, 200 millimeters across, you know, you'd take a chisel, get under it, and then you'd take the cake knife and slide the cake knife in there, and you'd move the cake knife around, and you'd actually hear the print going as it pulled away from the fabric surface. And usually the only way you would kill one of those surfaces is if you used a non-sharp chisel or use one of those damn scrapers and the pointed edge dug into it, and then you'd have a piece sticking up because you cut through it. As long as you avoided doing that, they lasted forever. Now, combine that with the steel plate. Oh yeah, bam, baby. I know, it's crazy. I don't get it. Actually, the Creality Soft Flex is a similar thing to the original. You know, good stick. The problem is the soft magnet would pull away from the bed when you did a large print. You know, the print wouldn't pull away from the surface. No, it stuck good. The I don't know how to describe it. If you have an Ender 5, you know what I'm talking about. It comes with a magnetic surface, but the top surface is soft. You know, because it's another magnet. And what would happen is the magnets on this are not strong enough to prevent PLA from warping. They're not. What's preventing the PLA from warping is not the magnets, it's the steel plate. Because the steel plate is difficult to peel off. It wants to pop off. And the PLA warping forces are usually not strong enough to overcome both the stiffness of the steel and the magnetic adhesion. So the magnet without the steel plate, it would just curve up. You'd be printing, and you would actually see that the magnet's not attached anywhere around on the edges, because as the print bowled, it just lifted the magnet with it. It never broke free, and the print was still perfectly attached to the print surface, but because the print surface warped, the bottom of your print was warped. So now the good news is, even though it's not as strong as Wham Bam, you can take a Wham Bam plate and stick it on an Ender 5 and it works fine. So I had a 5 perimeter brim, so 5 loops. That's it. So not much of a brim. Remember, it was literally this big. It was that much with a 5 perimeter brim. That's it. It didn't take much. And that damn thing just stuck, just like that. It's in one of my older videos. You can see it. Printing on an Ender 2, of course. It was a helix pen where it was crisscrossing lattice work, and then you would take a Bic pen and stick it in it. But yeah, it was just a hair bigger than that, and I printed it like this. It's amazing. That print surface just works so well. With this PC surface, 50-50, the pen pops off. It still holds okay, but 50-50, the pen pops off. And but for me, the big advantage is I can turn off the heat bed. So I turn the heat bed on, I get the print going, and then in the G code, I program it to slowly bring down the heat bed until it turns off. Usually by about layer 80 or 100. Between layers 80 and 100, when I get down to like 40 degrees, the next step is off. And that surface would hold the model no problem. And it also allows me to do my multicolor prints. So the prints where I print one STL and let it stop. Hey, drone shots! And then I load up another STL and print that, a G-code. So I have multiple G-code files. You need a cold surface to do that. Because when it's done the first G-code file, it's turning the printer off. So the bed's going to cool down. And even the PC surface will sometimes let go a little bit on the edges when it cools down. Sometimes, depending on how big it is and how thick it is. But that original fabric-like surface, it never let go. Never. There was no such thing as letting go on that surface. It never let go. And so yeah, if you guys could get that cotton-like surface. It's not cotton. I'm pretty sure, maybe it is fabric. Maybe it's cloth. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's just, because this is a little more textured, but even this is pretty smooth. It doesn't have that same, although this behaves more like that original surface. But that original surface, you have to feel it. You know, you have to feel it. And it feels like cloth. It's the best I can do to describe it. It feels like cloth. So if I didn't know better, I would say they glued cotton down on top of the plate. The little printer is doing freaking amazing. I mean, we just printed the dragon today. You know, I even printed functional parts that fit together. So this is a small sample of the lift I printed to hold my shelf up. I have a little shelf in the kitchen to it sags in the middle, so I printed one of these, tall of course. Now obviously this wasn't printed on this printer, but these two pieces were. And so while the Genius Pro was printing the tall version of this, the little Lioness was printing this, because this only needs to be that tall. And so printed that. I printed this little this goes into the extrusion on your printer. Maybe. But it definitely had a fabric-like feel. And in fact, when you scraped the surface, there was like hairs and fibers that felt like fabric coming off of it. Now, keep in mind, you still need to handle making sure the printer is mechanically sound, and you need to handle tuning the slicer and the bed leveling. But once you do that, and if you can train your kid to recognize what does and doesn't require support, you can use the exact same profile to print everything. 2 perimeters, 3 bottom, 3 top, 15% grid infill, and that's basically 45 millimeters per second, 6 millimeter retraction, 5 millimeters of wipe. You know, I uploaded a profile. If you look on my link, there's a simplified 3D profile there. And I added it. It's called Lioness. With that, with the exception of vases, I could print every single one of these models using that exact same profile. And because you're printing with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle with 2 perimeters and only 15% infill at a 0.4 millimeter layer height, almost all of these little toy prints print in about 1 hour or less. You know, very fast. I printed you know, parts that have multiple pieces. My profile, it prints the first layer at 10% speed. I think I added it to that profile online. I'll double check. But the only problem I have with the printer is that 0 is inconsistent. Yes, the nozzle is replaceable. It even comes with a spare. It is not a normal nozzle, but it comes with a spare nozzle, so it's definitely replaceable. What did I do with that nozzle? It's a big fat nozzle, big fat threads. I think the PTFE tube actually goes inside the nozzle, because the hole in the end of the nozzle looks about the size of the PTFE tube. So it's a bit unique. It's kind of interesting. But yes, it is serviceable. It uses normal pancake stepper motors, so it's not using any special funky motors like the Hero 101 did. And it uses a standard feeder unit with a gear and a tension arm and everything. I mean, what I do is I just I sit the 1 kilogram roll behind the printer, And right now I just take 2 magnetic flashlights on each side of it to keep the roll from moving around. And this stainless steel table, it's enough that it just slides on the table as it unrolls the filament. They also have 4 or 5 packs of little rolls of filament that fit on the spool holder on the back of this, which are actually perfect for this printer, because even a little 200-gram roll, you're going to get a lot of prints out of it. I mean, each of these is, 40 to 80 grams. It doesn't take much plastic. I posted a link. It's called Fidget Heart. Here, let me post it again. I printed, they have 3, small, medium, large. I printed the medium one and scaled it up a little bit to the maximum print volume. Where's that Fidget Heart? Here is the link to the Fidget Heart. There we go. And as you see, I mean, that printed just fine, no problems. And I also printed the hamster. Again, no problem. All the links work. So, it worked right off the bed. And the only other thing is, this has got to be a Simplify 3D thing. If anybody knows the answer to this, let me know. Now, I always print with a skirt, because a skirt is basically your prime line. But Simplify 3D does not print the skirt with the same settings as it prints the first layer. The skirt seems to print higher up off the bed than the main print does. And I don't know how to change that. I don't know how to stop it from doing that. Because with this particular printer, it's enough that it doesn't stick. The skirt barely sticks, while the first layer is a little over squished, which works well for this. I've worn skirts before. They're fun. But when I was stuck for 10 years, unable to wear shorts, I experimented with that. It was fun. I liked when people would look at me strange and I would just hiss at them. Guy in 7-Eleven once was saying shit to me. I was like, "You got a problem?" He's like, "Yeah, yo." And I just looked at him. I was like, "Fuck you." I love fucking with people. But I'll show you. I can't easily show you. I can't bring my leg up that high. I have permanent scarring so I have that on my leg. And it only goes around 3/4 of my leg. It doesn't go around this side. And I was at a rocket launch. I was wearing SPF 45, sunblock. I don't want to get sunburned. I got sunburned so bad that after the sunburn, I got a skin infection. That leg was so infected that the whole leg was like pus. I have a picture after half the pus cleared up. It looks like, pimple pus over my entire leg. And that's called a skin infection. The burn was so deep that you got infection from it's like an injury. Literally, it's like your skin was damaged and then it got infected. And it almost sent me to the hospital. I probably should have gone to the hospital, but we didn't have health care. So it put me in bed for a week. Yeah, it was bad. This was on, I want to say 1997? Right around 95, 90. Well, I was at VoiceNet. So it was after graduation. So it was after 94. I want to say between 95 and 97. It actually has to be between 95 and 97, because whatever year we went to Orlando, Florida for the Nationals for TSA, which would have been probably 96 or 97, the doctor told me that I have to protect myself from the sun, that if I ever get burned that badly again, I'm guaranteed skin cancer. Even now, I have like an 80% chance of getting skin cancer because of that damage. And that scarring is permanent. It will never go away. So SPF 45 was not enough. So I had to wear pants. I couldn't wear shorts. So for about 10 years, I wore pants and long sleeve shirts to protect myself from the sun. And then after 10 years, I found that SPF 100 from Neutrogena at Walmart. SPF 70, I still burned. SPF 100, I did not burn. And so I was finally able to wear shorts again. So as long as I put the SPF 100 on, I can wear shorts. And so for the longest time, I was experimenting with finding different kinds of pants and stuff to wear because, you know, pants are pretty goddamn hot when it's 90% humidity and 105 degrees out. It sucks when you're out in the middle of a field, literally in the blasting sun with no shade, and you gotta wear pants. That sucks. And no, that was the thing. Higher SPF was available before then, but it was like you say, it was like that paste that you'd have to apply to yourself. I was like, not worth it. The paste is worse than the pants, so I'll just wear pants. And but the Neutrogena was the first stuff that was misted. It was light. It wasn't that heavy grease. Well, it made a difference. Now I do know it's not the same for UVA, B, and C. They're different. And they tend to mix them. Like, it might be SPF 100 for A, but not B. So, I don't know how that works. But what I did know is that the SPF 70, I still burned. It slowed it down, but I still burned. SPF 100 completely stopped the sunburn. No sunburn. And it didn't take much either, man. Just like, and I was good. You know, every now and then I have to reapply it because, you know, it wears off, you sweat it off. So every couple hours I'd come back and spritz a little more. Maybe. I don't know. All I know is it says SPF 100 on the bottle, and that works. I got 2 bottles in the cabinet there because I always keep it on hand. Although, that stuff's probably bad. Sunblock has a pretty short shelf life. Most people don't realize the shelf life is actually pretty short. Well, it still works, just not as well. So that's why I wear the big brimmed hat with the protection on the back. But put it this way. I got sunburn putting up Christmas lights. Take a guess where I got sunburned. Here. The UV reflecting off the fucking snow while I was on the roof putting up lights gave me sunburn here. In December. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I gotta put sunblock on in a snowstorm? I was like, what the hell? That's how much my skin does not like the sun. Now you notice I have color now. Okay? You can kind of see it here. So, see there? And then there? And that's actually color. That actually has more color than I used to have. I have a permanent year-round tan. You can actually see it under my shirt there, too. So, the way I get this is I put SPF 70 on in the morning. And a half an hour after going outside, I then put SPF 100 on. So, the SPF 70 doesn't block all of it in the morning. So I start to get a little bit of a response, a little bit of melanin response, and then I put the SPF 100 on to stop so I don't burn. After doing that for a few months, I started to actually get color. Because in the past, I never got color. I burned, I peeled, and then I burned again. But once I started getting color, now I can actually go outside without sunblock. I can't go out long. You know, if I'm going to go outside for an hour, I got to put sunblock on. But if I'm just going to run to the store, I don't have to put some... I'm not kidding. If I went to the grocery store, I had to put sunblock on. The time it took me to drive to the store with my arm out the window of the car burned my arm. I got sunburned driving to the grocery store. It's like, what the fuck? So, Now I can go to the grocery store without putting sunblock on. So if I'm only going to be like walking to the car or walking in a park for half an hour or less, I don't need to put sunblock on because now I have color. But I have to maintain this in the winter. So that's why sometimes you'll see me wearing a short sleeve shirt in the wintertime, because I got to keep exposing it to sun to keep the color. Because if the color goes away, it's going to take me months to get it back again. I don't get trucker tans. I get trucker burns. It just, the sun goes, yeah, you. It's hot in here. But yeah, it's really annoying. It's very, very, very annoying. But you know, hey, CPU's down to 39%, so it reset itself, and it looks nice and smooth too. So whatever was, did I ever post that link? Yes, I did. Okay. But yeah, me and sunlight don't get along, and I live in New Mexico. But also now all of the modern cars have UV protection on the windows. See, my older cars, like my Geo Metro, my Jeep Cherokee, none of those had any kind of UV protection on the windows. So even with the windows closed, you'd get burned. You know, I would drive to work with the air on and the windows closed, and I'd have sunburn on my arm when I got to work. Like sunburn, like red. Like, it's like, ouch, it hurts. So, for a time there, I was playing around with unbifurcated, you know, bottoms, skirts, kilts, stuff like that, because they were very cool. You know, even long ones were very cool because air could get up underneath there, and it was fun to fuck with people's heads. I mean, I'm 6'4", 400 pounds. If somebody doesn't like it, what are they going to do about it? I mean, seriously, what are they going to do about it? Say shit to me? As if I care. So, what you gonna do? But yeah, that's pretty cool. These prints came out great. Now the first layer squish was a little bit high, so the first layer fused a little bit, but I was able to break it apart. And oh, I didn't skirt around into it. I dived right in. But I don't know. It's fun. I think people should be able to wear whatever the hell they want. Nope, I've had no contact with Naomi. And I still don't understand why she thinks I insulted her. From what I can gather, it's so innocuous when she told me what exactly I said that she had a problem with, I didn't understand it. So we were talking about locks, and she said it's bullshit that you could do it by eye. And I'm like, that might actually be possible. Because our locks, the bidding on our locks is very simple. It's a fixed number of layers of bidding. It's not just random each time. And we have very simple locks here. Most of our locks are quick set. And see, I don't understand. Why is that a problem? Nobody has yet to explain to me in a way that I can understand why you need to understand is a problem. She considered it patronizing. Why? What's patronizing about that? There has to be a language issue here. That the way I was raised, that is not a patronizing statement. That's a verbal way of saying the next thing I'm about to say is important. That's all that means. From my perspective, there is no insult or patrony going on there. I don't get it. I would never insult her. I mean, I look up to her. I mean, she's the classic fuck you to the man kind of person in an environment where it's dangerous to be that. I mean, maybe because I owned a porn shop, her breasts don't mean anything to me. You know, what I see is an awesome engineer. I don't see, a big-breasted person. You know, I guess I'm so used to seeing people like that it just doesn't matter to me. Well, now I understand that's what she gathered, but that's not how we use the words here. That's not how those words are used. That's not what they mean. Mansplaining is bullshit. It doesn't mean a thing. Mansplaining just means, I don't like what you said and you have a dick. So I'm going to call it mansplaining. That's how we use it nowadays. I mean, maybe originally mansplaining meant something, but nowadays it just means, I don't agree with you and you're a man, so I'm going to say you're mansplaining. So if I got tits, you wouldn't call it mansplaining? I mean, what? But, I don't get... I thought I knew her better than that. I guess I thought she knew me better than that. I mean, I thought she knew me well enough to know that that would never be how I intended that to come across. That's a colloquial language issue. You know, those words mean those words clearly mean something very different to her than they do to me. I don't know. I get it now. Once somebody explained what I didn't understand is why she interpreted those words to mean that. Now that I know what she's interpreting them as, I understand why she got angry. What I don't understand is what language do those words mean that? Well, no, I disagree. I mean, she definitely has a chip on her shoulder. I mean, sure, you have to be on alert for that kind of stuff, but you can take that too far. All right? You can take that to the point where something innocuous is interpreted as something bad. I mean, she could have asked. I'm rude. She could have said, hey, Chris, did you mean this that way? And I would have said, absolutely not. I would never mean to say something like that to you. But she didn't even ask. She went off the handle. She literally said, are you going to delete that comment, or am I going to block you and forget you exist? And, well, before I even read the comment, she blocked me and forgot I exist. I mean, I thought, I mean, obviously I don't know her. I only met her once in person at World Maker Faire. And then otherwise it's just online. So I don't know her. And, but I thought our interaction was good enough that she would know that I would never insult her intentionally. I mean, I don't know. But, it sucks because I like her. You know, she's fun. But, you know, I'm not even going to go to any of her other social media and try to explain it, because with that kind of personality, it doesn't work. She has to understand me trying to explain it to her is not going to help. She has to come to the recognition on her own, or it'll never be the same. So I'm not even going to try. But hopefully one day she'll see something and realize, oh, okay, I made a mistake. He didn't mean that. Hopefully. Hey, Daryl. But I don't know. Just I always walk on tiptoes around her. You know, especially when I'm replying to threads that she's replying in, because I know there is a language translation issue, and I don't want to accidentally say something that will be interpreted the wrong way. But that statement I made is so innocuous that I never would have guessed it could be interpreted in a negative way. It never even dawned on me to think someone could interpret it that way. You know, it's such a normal thing for me to say that it never even dawned on me that somebody might see those words differently. I mean, obviously she does, but it never dawned on me to even think somebody would see those. Those words are a short way of saying, The next part of the statement I'm about to say is the important part of my statement. That's what those words mean to me. It's like saying, we're going to talk about aerodynamics today. You need to understand the interaction between air and a physical surface and pressure as it relates to lift. There's nothing patronizing there. I'm using those words to point out that this paragraph is the core focus of what we're going to be talking about. That's all those words mean to me. There's no insult there. There's no mansplaining there. There's no patronizing there. That's all that is. That's like saying, this next sentence was spoken by Benjamin Franklin. And then you quote Benjamin Franklin. That's all that is. So, nothing I can do about it. My next big project, I probably won't finish it until spring, but I'm hoping to print it over the winter. I love her videos. Oh, because you... But, I want to try printing rain gutters. I can't afford rain gutters. Well, technically, I can't afford to print rain gutters because the plastic would probably cost more than metal rain gutters. But it just so happens I have 700 kilograms of plastic. So it'll cost me nothing. The problem is I can't do it out of PLA. Even though it doesn't get hot here, the sunlight is strong enough to directly warp the PLA simply by radiation. Meaning it could be 70 degrees outside and a PLA part will warp in direct sunlight because the radiation from the sun at my high altitude is stronger. So, well, okay, there's two ways you can heat something. You can heat by conduction and you can heat by radiation. So conduction would be, I stick something in a pot of boiling water. The medium, the boiling water, transfers its heat to the object. Right? At low altitude, that's how things typically get hot. And of course, it doesn't usually get that hot. So things don't melt unless you put them in an oven like a hot car. Yeah. The problem is it's not thermal SPF 100, it's UV SPF 100. Now the other way you can heat something is by radiation. When you go outside and you feel the warmth of the sun on your face, that's radiation. That's not the air around you warming you up. That's radiation directly from the sun warming you up directly, like hitting something with a laser. And except this one's just really broad. It's sunlight. So here at 6,800 feet, the sunlight itself is strong enough to directly heat things up, even if it's not warm enough in the air to warp it. So for example, it could be 10 degrees outside in the wintertime and it'll still get hot enough in my car to melt something from the radiation hitting the windshield. That's why we have to either park under carports or we put those things up on our windshields to stop the sunlight from coming in. And so last spring, it was like 65 degrees outside and my funnel warped because the sunlight heated it up directly until it warped. Now, maybe a light color won't do that. I'll have to experiment. I'll put up a piece, print it with white PLA. But I'm probably going to have to use ABS or PETG. And so whenever Vince provides me with PETG, I grab it. I've stopped grabbing PLA from Vince since I have so much PLA already. But unless it's a cool color. But I want to try printing gutters because I want to start capturing rainwater. Because if I capture rainwater, then I don't have to buy water. Because rainwater is naturally soft. It's neutral. It's not hard. Well, the problem is that would be expensive for me. I don't have natural... Oh, Groot's fine. He's a lot lighter colored. He's a whole lot lighter colored than he was. But he was printed with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, so he's nice and thick. Exactly. So I'm wondering if white PLA would survive in the sun. So and the funnel that warped was printed with that that shimmer brown green from Prusament, so a pretty dark color, so it absorbed sunlight very readily. And so I'm wondering if I do translucent or white PLA, or even if I just paint the part white. If I print in whatever color and just spray paint it white. I'll have to test both and see how that holds up. And because if PLA would work, that would make it a lot easier. Plus, painting it would protect it from the UV. It'll brittle it, but not much. I've had PLA parts bolted to the side of a building for 5 years, and they still work fine. I mean, sure, something thin like this is going to get brittle enough to break, but something like this that has actual structure to it, all that happens is you lose the color. It might technically be getting more brittle, but it's not enough of a change to alter the functionality of the part. I mean, it definitely makes it more brittle. It breaks down the material, but not enough to matter. The only thing that happened, I had a car charging port, to plug the charger into the car on the side of the wall of the building. And it was a sun-facing side, not a shadow-facing side. That was on the side of my building for 5 years, and the only thing that happened is the gold color went away. It was like a translucent gold color, and the only thing that happened was the gold color disappeared. It faded. Structurally, the part still functioned. It still worked fine. But I wonder, how much paint do you need to block UV? Is simply painting it enough, or do you need a certain thickness? Like, can UV penetrate the paint? I don't know. But I wonder if paint might be enough to make it work. Now, that's the other thing that I'm not sure about. How much snow weight can plastic gutters hold? Meaning it might work fine until we get 15 inches of snow, and then the snow weight might break the gutters. Yeah, I don't know about that. Probably the ideal solution, which I can't do, of course, would be to have the roof overhang the gutter completely so that no snow could get into the gutter, and then have the tip of the roof angled up, and then have holes here so that water could go through the roof into the gutter, but snow, being more solid, would sit on top of that mesh and not go through, so the weight wouldn't be applied to the gutter. Well, there'd be no brackets. I'd be screwing this, the structure of the gutter would be built into the 3D print. So there would actually be like screw holes built into my gutter, and I would screw it right into the metal. Yeah, I'm going to be drinking this water, so no, I'll avoid the lead paint. I've seen the UV clear coats. I've seen that. But is normal spray paint, is that an effective UV protectant? I don't know. I go buy a can of Krylon Fusion. If I spray paint the thing pink, is this going to stop the UV light from damaging the plastic? I don't know. Well, the problem is, I don't have 700 kilograms of PETG and ASA, and building an enclosure to hold something, 40 feet long would be a little difficult. Because one of the things I want to do is I want to print one-piece gutters. Like, I want to print the gutter for the house here, which would have to be about 35 feet long. Well, that now the heat resistant probably would work just because it's thicker, but it's also much more expensive. And we're talking about approximately 150 feet of gutter. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking print non-white plastic and then spray paint white. And then, you know, every few months inspect. If you see dark coming through, you know to hit with more paint. It will be. Yeah, it'll definitely be a video series. I got some more boat stuff from Vince. I got speakers and a stereo, all waterproof. I got the front navigation light, the red and green. I got the tail navigation light. What else did I get? I got trailer lights for the trailer. I got stainless steel hitch pins for the coupler, so they won't rust. I got different quick links and closed links and carabiners and stuff like that. And different things, you know, I've gotten for the boat. I also got a powered wheelbarrow. That's pretty cool. Thing's heavy. But basically it's a wheelbarrow with an electric hub motor. Haven't gotten seats yet. I wish I would have grabbed those seats that I did see before I got the boat. But I wasn't sure what would work with what boat, so I wanted to wait until after I had a boat. I got the title for the trailer. He called me up and got the title for the trailer, so I picked that up. I'm just waiting for the boat title to come in now. And what's annoying is it's an 81-mile round trip every time I go down there. But at least it's a tax write-off, because technically the boat is for my channel, so that's a valid tax write-off. Yeah, but I don't have PVC pipes. I do have plastic, and I do have a 3D printing YouTube channel. So, in my unique situation, it makes sense to try. I have a belt printer. I have roller beds. I have more filament than I could ever use in my entire lifetime. You know, I have a YouTube channel, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, this is a little boat. It's a very little boat. I think it's 14 feet. It's 14 or 16 feet. It's a pretty small boat. But hey, it floats. It's in decent condition. I have titles. And I got it for 150 bucks. Yeah, you can't argue with that. It's not going to go fast. It's going to have a 1.2 kilowatt electric outboard motor. So it's not going to be quick. It's basically a super duper trolling motor. And so if I can get 6 or 7 miles per hour, I'll be very happy. I would consider that a very acceptable speed. I don't have a desire to zoom across the lake. You know, putt is just fine with me. And, I've actually already got solar panels. I've got a couple of 100-watt panels. That'll be enough to get me going. And the only thing I might have to spend money on is batteries and the motor. The motor's about 600 bucks. And the batteries are about 1,300 each, and I need 2. So I'm hoping that if Life on the Reese takes off a little better, I got another video coming in a couple days. Especially once I start doing the other stuff, that maybe I can get a battery sponsor. That'd be nice. You know, buy the outboard, get a sponsor for the batteries. Mobile rocket launcher, yeah, definitely. We're definitely going to 3D print the parts to put a mobile launch pad on the boat. Definitely. That's a good idea, Rick. That's a whole nother set of videos. That'd be great. Good idea. Design, and that now that's a reason to 3D print the whole model rocket. Because if I 3D print the entire model rocket, it's waterproof. You know, the engine's not waterproof, but it's expended at that point, so I don't care. But yeah, definitely going to do that. Yep. Mobile launch pad designed into the boat. And yeah, it's cool. It's fun. I'm having a blast with this little printer. It's such a cute little machine. I don't know why I like it so much. I just love this little printer. You know, it's just great for printing these little knickknacks and useful things too. You know, things like this and things like a short version of this. But it's cool. Ooh. This lady had these little dessert treats that we got. I treated Michelle to them, and of course I enjoyed them as well. There were these little strawberry cheesecake tacos. So it looked like a little taco, and the taco was like probably puff pastry with cinnamon sugar. It had a cheesecake filling and it had strawberries on top. They were little, they're like this big. But they're expensive, 25 bucks for a dozen. And so I want to see if she's willing to barter. Like, I can get supplies for her from Vince, you know, the boxes she puts them in and stuff like that. Washi tape if she wants that kind of stuff, and kitchen utensils and stuff like that. And I'm wondering if she'll do some barter. Like, every now and then I get her a few things and she gives me a box of those things. And I did set up with the guys who towed me out of the mud pit and the sand pit. I gave them the first set of straps, and the second set of straps came in. So the next time we go to Albuquerque, look how big these are. Come on. Autofocus. There we go. Those are 9.5 inches wide. Yeah, those things are big. Those are wider than an Ender 3 print bed. Those will hold 150,000 pounds. So I got him a set of those too. And so I'm going to have 2 toes in my pocket. So if I ever get stuck again, they'll just come out and pull me out. And I'll still give them 20 bucks to cover gas on the day, but it's nice to know that now, you know, at least if I get stuck, I have a reasonable chance of being able to get pulled out, you know, without having to lose another $150. But yeah, very flexible. Right there, see? Right in my pocket. But I don't know, it's fun. All right, I'm gonna call it. I think if I don't have parts to work on this next week, I think next week we're gonna work on the Voxel Lab printer. I have a little enclosed Voxel Lab printer, you know, not like toilet like this, like a Flash Forge got Adventurer 3, kind of like that. So we have that to work on. I also forgot that I have the D300 from Monoprice, their CR10 sized printer. I still have that in my closet. I got it stupid cheap like a year and a half ago, and I just stuck it in the closet for a rainy day. So we'll do that in the coming months too. That's it. I'm going to go to the post office, pick up my packages. I know a bunch of stuff is getting delivered today. And I'm going to also work on setting up tents. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put IBCs under canopies. And then I'm also going to get IBC covers, because in the wintertime you have to take the tents off because the snow would destroy them. But that'll start allowing me to organize that space there. Once I get shelves put up in the third bedroom, I can start getting some of this crap put in there, organized on shelves, and I can get the food out of my living room and in the storage room. We're turning it into a storage room. I'm going to get rid of the beds, and if I ever have a guest over, I'll just move the stuff to the side and put a queen inflatable bed. I got off Vince, of course. I'll stick a queen inflatable bed in there for guests. And but this way, whenever I don't have guests, which is 99.9% of the time, I have a real nice storage room that I can put lots of shelving. I can also move all of my freezers in there. So I'm hoping to downsize from 4 small freezers to 2 large freezers. And then I'll just have spare freezers and put them out in storage. and that'll all clear up more space. So, you know, I got 2 freezers and a fridge sitting right here in my living room. I got a freezer in my bedroom and a freezer in my bathroom. So all that'll be able to come out, and that'll clear up more space in here. Because I'd like to put like a little theater set up here in the living room. You know, turn this TV sideways, have our 2 leather chairs here, and we could just sit down and watch a movie. And especially in the wintertime when you don't want to go outside. And but that'll let me get the freezers out of the house into the storage room. That'll let me get all this food. I have shelves full of food here. That'll let me get all that put in there, and I'll be able to reclaim my house. I'll be able to get my house back. I'll be able to move that cat tree over here, and then put another shelf here, and then I'll have these curtains that'll cover this up, because this is where all my tools are gonna go. So all my toolkits I get are gonna go here. All the Vince stuff is gonna go in storage room as I process it. And this is going to be mostly my 3D printing, my puzzle stuff, my channel stuff, and my tools. They're going to go here. And, well, coupons don't usually work for me unless it's a coupon for something I'm already buying. If it's a coupon for something I'm already buying, it makes sense. But otherwise, what I'm looking to buy is already cheaper than what the coupon's going to get me. So, I just don't have the money to buy name brand stuff. And the name brand stuff is usually what the coupons are for. So, I could buy the name brand stuff for $5 with a $1 coupon, so $4. Or I can buy the no name brand stuff with no coupon for $3. So even with the coupon, the name brand stuff is more expensive. It's like I got a coupon for pickles, Vlasic pickles. They're good. Clausen. Or was it Vlasic? Whatever. Name brand pickles. The point is, it was a $1.85 coupon for the pickles. But even with the $1.85 discount, it was still more expensive than the store brand pickles. So of course I bought the store brand pickles. So now where it does come in handy is when you do the digital couponing, like the Fetch app. So when I go on I always check Fetch, and if the price is equitable, then I will, obviously I get the money back from Fetch. So let's see here. Anything good? Like here's coupons for Entenmann's, but we don't buy Entenmann's. We don't need the junk food. Probiotics, worthless. Ooh, now I might buy that. Entenmann's pumpkin donuts. I love pumpkin. I like pumpkin everything. Bayer, we don't buy Bayer because the off-brand stuff is significantly cheaper. I'll have to check the prices for this. There's a 2,000 point, which is basically $2 coupon for Dove or Dove Men's Care deodorant, and it actually turns out that I really like their stuff. So this one here is Lime Sage, and it smells absolutely wonderful. So depending on what that costs, and if the coupon makes a big enough difference, I might grab that. Yeah, the problem is, I got a big giant gut here that's going to kill me in the next 5 years if I don't get rid of it. So, so I might look into that if I could buy it anywhere, just because I really like that deodorant. Sara Lee bread, 1,000 points. We sometimes buy that when it's on sale, so it depends on the price. Ballpark, too expensive. Colgate, too expensive. Boboli, too expensive. See, now here, Sara Lee loaf of bread, 1,000 points. That might actually make sense, because sometimes that Sara Lee bread is under $2. So if it's under $2 and I'm getting $1 off, that makes the name brand bread the same price as the store brand bread. so we get better bread for the same price. So that's one I might use. But if the bread is $3, then it doesn't make sense because then it's still twice the cost of the store brand bread. So I'll go through here and look through it and see if there's anything worth doing. There's another app called Ibotta, but most of the time the payout for Ibotta is pretty low. You know, because of the Vince thing, I get a pretty steady payout from Fetch. Does it show how much I've gotten from them? Like, can I see that? Active rewards. My rewards. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So in 2021, I've gotten $200 in savings from Fetch. $50 Amazon card, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. And I'm about to get another one. So that's $200 in cash that I've gotten from Fetch just this year. And in 2020, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So $150 in 2020, and I didn't start until September. So from September to December, I got $150 from Fetch. Now, of course, if you sign up for Fetch, use my link in the description, and I get a bonus. We both get a bonus, actually. It's usually 2,000 to 4,000 points, which is $2 to $4. So if you decide to play with Fetch, it's free, doesn't cost you anything. Use my link in the description, and you're giving me a $2 or $3, PayPal for free. Costs you nothing. So if you sign up for that, I'd appreciate it if you use my link. But Fetch is the only one that really pays out. Another one that pays out pretty good is, there's two. You have one called Field Agent, and you have one called Easy Shift. Field Agent, very simple, easy, small payout. But it's quick and easy, it's painless. Easy Shift actually has some pretty impressive payouts, but it's genuine work. Like, if they offer you, $20, you're going to be there an hour and a half. You're getting minimum wage, basically. But like Field Agent, for example, so here's an air care audit at Dollar General. So they'll pay me $4.50 to go to Dollar General, and basically it's an audit. They want me to look for something in the store, like a display for a particular manufacturer of something, and they want me to take pictures. Basically, they're checking on them to make sure they have their planogram stuff done properly for the manufacturer, because they pay for that. But that's not worth it because it's 24 miles away, and my cost at 56 cents a mile exceeds $4.50. Now, if I happen to be going there anyway, like if I'm literally, like, for example, sometimes I'll get pizza from Little Caesars because I'm already going to Albuquerque for something else. And so I'll check and see if there's any deals for me to grab while I'm there. Ticket jobs are meaningless. I Spy. Otherwise, there's currently nothing on Field Agent. There's just nothing available right now. Then you have Easy Shift, which is totally different. That didn't work. There it goes. So here is Easy Shift. While using the app. All right, so there's nothing near me. That's normal. There very rarely is, but there will be in Albuquerque. So here we go. Right down in Albuquerque, right off of probably Walmart. No, Sam's Club, actually. So there's a shift at Sam's Club worth $10. And average completion time is 21 minutes. Not bad for $10. You will be taking pictures of water, cat litter, and pet food. That's not bad. So if I had a membership at Sam's and I was going to Sam's, I'd grab that, and basically it would pay for my trip to Sam's Club. But that's a little more involved. Easy shifts are a little bit more work. You know, they're an actual genuine job. Here's one at CVS. They will pay you $8 plus 15 cents per display. So this one is water category. So if they have 10 different water displays at the store, then you'll get 10 times 15 cents plus the $8 base pay. Oh yeah, that happens a lot. So any big ones? Wow, there's not many easy shifts either. Oh, there's a Costco, but it's the wrong Costco. There's another Costco, but it's the wrong Costco. There's another Sam's Club. There's 3 Costcos in Albuquerque? I didn't know there's 3 Costcos in Albuquerque. Wow. I've never seen that few a number of easy shifts available. There's only 5 of them. Plus one in Bernalillo. But Bernalillo is way too far away, and I have no reason to go there. So if you have the time, those can be pretty profitable. And field agent, nice easy jobs. Field agent's good for every now and then getting free stuff. Like for a while, I got like 2 years worth of laundry detergent because they kept posting you buy it and then they refund you plus pay you, and all you gotta do is leave a review. Yeah, hell yeah, I got a whole bunch of free Tide and Gain. Because guess what laundry detergent I buy? The dollar store stuff. But those are 2 ways that you do actual work to make money. You're actually doing something. And there's a program called Receipt Hog. You're not going to get nothing from it. You do a lot. To me, scanning receipts is work. If I spend a half an hour scanning receipts, I expect to get a half an hour's pay. Well, with Receipt Hog, I've never gotten a payout yet. Not worth it. So the apps you should have installed on your phone. Field Agent and Easy Shift are good. Now, as a maker with 3D printers, you should probably also install Fiverr. If you live in a city, 5 Subway food places. Yeah, that was the problem I had with trying to find a house in Pennsylvania. I was able to find houses, some pretty nice houses, in fact. But the cost of living is so much higher in Pennsylvania. I'd be homeless right now if I moved to Pennsylvania, or I'd be close to it. I'd be on my way to being sheriff selling my house, because even the lowest cost place I found in Pennsylvania was still $2,000 a year in property taxes, which is, you know, a third of my income for the year. And you combine that with the towns where those houses existed were dying cities, which means jobs were going away. So if the YouTube channel fell through, like it did, because of COVID and because of me fucking up as a result of COVID, you know, my brain being all fucked up, my fault no matter what. But if I were in Pennsylvania, I'd be fucked right now. What's holding me together is that my cost of living here is so cheap. My property taxes are so low, I don't have to pay them. I won't have to pay anything for property taxes. Let me show you why. Why would you do that? I sure as hell don't want you there. I'll show you. I love this. I love the fact that I was enslaved by credit cards for decades, and now I get to take money from them. It makes me a happy person. So, as you can see here, I got $580 in cashback rewards waiting for me from that card. And my property taxes are $540. So that will pay for my property taxes. So all my bills go on that card. My electric bill, my water bill, my phone bill, my car insurance, my house insurance, everything. All my charges, everything goes through that card because I get 2.5% back in cash rewards. Yeah, and cash rewards are not taxed. So that is free income. I love the fact that I'm using a tax-free income from filthy credit card sharks to pay a tax. It makes me smile. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It's fine. It'll get better. I love how the preppers are saying, doom is coming. You better be prepping. The store shelves are going to empty. Do you have enough of a stockpile? It's like, okay, you could call me a prepper. I have a year of provisions in this house. I except for cat litter, I have about 6 or 7 months worth of cat litter. Don't quite have a year of cat litter yet. I have a year of cat food. I have a year of people food. I have a year of most of the things I need. Nice. See? We get to rape them. Yeah. For how long they raped me? They're actually starting to close my accounts because I'm not using them. They're all paid off. So after about 6 to 8 months of not using it, they close your account. Which is fine. I don't need that many cards. Especially since I plan to get rid of anything that's over 10% interest anyway. Now, if you're charging me more than 10% interest, even though I pay it off every month, forget it. I don't want to pay interest. That's how I got all the filament. Okay, my Amazon Prime card, I get 5% back on everything I buy on Amazon. I was supplying my porno shop with my Amazon card from Amazon. Register, Amazon. Receipt paper, Amazon. Envelopes, Amazon. Ink and toner, Amazon. Dildos and vibrators and lubricants, Amazon. I was buying all of it on Amazon. I was stocking the shelves in my store from Amazon. I couldn't believe it. I was buying these $10 dildos and selling them for $19.95. And, you know, Merle says, Chris, we can sell this for $50. I was like, it's a $10 dildo. It's like, Chris, we can sell this for $50. Motherfucker, that son of a bitch was right. We actually sold more. We were selling $10 to $20 dildos for $50 and $60, and people were buying them. They were nice. They were actually really nice. You know, they even came in a nice gift box and everything. They were nicely made. They were rechargeable. They had a warranty. You know, they were actually pretty nice. The warranty was so good that I had an unconditional return policy. If something went wrong, you just bring it back to me. I'll give you a new one. And well, because well, it's not about raising prices. It's about raising prices if your price is too low. Because sometimes a person's expectation is based on the price. If you have something too cheap, they think it's a cheap product and don't want it, even if it's actually a good product. These weren't garbage products that were ripping people off. They were actually pretty good. But these looked nice enough to be worth more, and that made it more desirable to people because the price matched the perception. Really? It's amazing what the placebo effect can do. It's amazing what the brain can do. Do you know why? Okay, Ford when he made the Model T, his original intention was to make it so that you would buy one car for life, that you would never have to buy a car again. He tried to make those cars bulletproof tanks. Then the other manufacturers figured out something interesting. But you can have a Model T in any color you want as long as it's black. So manufacturers figured out, as these cars were more and more durable, they figured out how to increase resale. And it's the same as the fashion industry. They came up with colors. They found out if they came out with new colors every year, they can increase people's desire to replace their car. Because, oh, I want the new color. It's amazing. They actually did it on purpose. They actually got it down to the point where people were replacing cars every 2 years. It's amazing. It's amazing to think that in 1955, the median income was enough to allow you to buy a new car and a new house. And today, you can barely afford to buy a new car. It's incredible. Oh my God. Yeah, people say, well, you only made $9,000 a year. I was like, no, sorry. What was it? $4,000 a year. You only made $4,000 a year in 1955. That was the median. It was $3,300 to $4,400 a year. I was like, yeah, but a new car was $1,600 and a house was $9,100. So when you look at the cost of a car and a house relative to people's income, it was completely different. Now, median income is $30,000 and a car is $35,000. And a house is $290,000. I mean, and it all started in 1980. Because even in 1980, median income was $22,000. $21,700 and something dollars. Do you know what that is today? Do you know what that equals in today's dollars? $70,000. So you could actually say that median income in 1980 was $70,000. Because that's how many of today's dollars you would need to equal $22,000 in 1980. Rent was $250 a month. A new car could be had for $3,500. Your typical price was $5,000 or $6,000, but you could buy a Pinto for $3,500. You could buy a house, median, not lowest price, median, the middle price for a house was $47,000. Only 200% of median income. Now a house is 1,000% of median income. So I tell people, it's like, your wages haven't gone up. They've actually gone down. For your wages to stay the same, you would have to get a 4 or 5% raise every year. That's just for your wages to stay the same. If your wages stay the same dollar amount, you're actually getting a wage reduction every year. 5 o'clock, so they close in an hour and 20 minutes. So your wages would have to go up 4 to 5% a year just to match inflation and CPI. And inflation is higher than people think because the metrics that they use to determine inflation are artificially restricted. Like we have subsidies that keep certain food prices and things like that low in order to for people to afford it. And a lot of our inflation calculations are based on the price of those goods, which we are artificially deflating. So inflation is actually even higher. I mean, just look, Dollar Tree just increased the price of ibuprofen 25%. You say, wait a minute, how do you increase the price at Dollar Tree? It's $1. Well, it's easy. 1 month ago, this bottle contained 40 capsules. Now, see, look at that. 40 capsules. You can't see that. There you go. 40 capsules. Now you walk into Dollar Tree, this bottle contains 30 capsules. That's a 25% price increase. Because you're getting 25% less for the same price. They just doubled the price of Luncheon Loaf. Now instead of getting a 14-ounce can of Luncheon Loaf, you're getting a 7-ounce can of Luncheon Loaf. Look how small a box of cereal is nowadays. I mean, seriously, a box of cereal is good for 2 days for the two of us now. We used to get a week out of a box of cereal. Because they keep shrinking the amount that's in the box. To hide the inflation. Go to McDonald's. A McDonald's meal, a Big Mac meal is $10. People say, well, no, it's $5.99. No. It's $5.99 if you downgrade the drinks and fries to a medium. But if you get what you got 20 years ago, if you get the large fry and a large drink, it's like $9 and change. And then you add 8% sales tax to that. It's damn near $10 for a McDonald's meal. It's incredible. You know, the dollar hamburger is now $1.89. That's an 89% price increase in 2 years. You know, it's scary. It's scary to think about when you think about it. It's like, you know, how are they going to deal with that? It's fascinating. Now, what's fascinating to me, you know, off the topic of inflation, but I've been watching some YouTube channels on how to eat cheap. It's amazing how decently you can eat on like $10 a week. I mean, there's a couple of videos I've been watching on, you know how to eat for $5 a week on Dollar Tree. I can never eat the portion size they have, so if I double the portion size, it's $10. You know, if you're a 5 foot tall woman living at home, you can live on 1,200 calories a day. If you're a 6 foot tall, 400-pound man going out to work every day, you're not living on 1,400 calories a day. But yeah, it's amazing. I'm learning all kinds of new recipes. I'm gonna start making videos on it. Especially different ways to use beans. Yeah, I always thought beans were like, ugh. You know, why would you want to stockpile beans? They taste like crap. But now I see how, especially with an Instant Pot, which I have, you know, now that I can, you know, I can make my own refried beans. I can make my own baked beans, stuff like that. You know, and those are things I love. You know, and I got a tortilla press. Oh yeah, this is exciting. You guys are gonna love this. Because I found out I could buy masa and I can make my own tortillas. Now, tortillas aren't expensive. It's $1 for a dozen of them. But I just like the idea of making stuff myself. And beans are nutritionally complete. That's important. Because I can eat for $1 a day. But you're going to be malnourished in a couple months. But if you eat the right foods, you can make it nutritionally complete. Oh, wait, do you see this humidifier I got? It's so cute. I love this. I got Michelle some more. Oh, I got this little tank. I had to get it. It's so cute. There you go. And you'll lose weight. You'll lose your house and your car and everything else, but you'll lose weight. Oh my God. I got a silicone wiper for the car. Those things are expensive. I got some antifreeze. I got some LED headlights for the bus. I got a ice cream machine so we can make our own ice cream, a refrigerated one, not the one that just uses salt and ice, but an actual compressor driven one. I got a new light fixture. I'm totally redoing Michelle's bathroom. So I got a new medicine cabinet, nice $300 medicine cabinet. I got a new $200 lit mirror that has a light and all that, and I got a new vanity light fixture for her bathroom, so I'm gonna make her bathroom real nice. And oh, I also got a UV resin curing. I got 2 raised gardens, and I got 2 tiered raised gardens, and I also got like 40 packs of seeds, all from Vince, baby. Yes, all for free. So I am going to try to grow veggies next year. Let's see, I got another 3 pounds of cat food. I got a 6x6 shed. It's like a metal frame, fabric covered shed kind of thing. It's going to be perfect for putting the IBC in, because the IBC is going to weigh 2,000 pounds. So it'll hold the shed down if I tie it in together. And so that'll allow me to keep the sun, because you have to keep the sunlight off the IBC, or you'll get algae growth in the water. No, I'm not going to eat the cat food, but if I get free cat food, then I don't have to buy cat food. So look at this. IBC is a, I'll just show you. IBC tote. Yeah, beans are all in general good for you. So images. These are IBCs. 275-gallon containers. So as long as you get a food grade one, you can capture rainwater into this. The problem is you have to seal it off from sunlight, because otherwise you get algae growth. So with that in mind, I got some stuff. So look at this. This is a humidifier. It's a little UFO humidifier. I had to have it. The doctor suggested that we run humidifiers at night to try to help with the nasal issues because of how dry it is here. Our typical humidity, like the humidity right now, is 20%. So it's very, very dry here. I love this. It's dumb, but it's free. It's only going to cost me $2 in tax. It's a little radio-controlled tank. I love it. It's awesome. And then I got this very cool 16-inch table fan that has a 15,000 milliamp battery inside. I was like, that's freaking awesome. Here's the little shed. Normally I'd be worried about the wind blowing this away, but with a, you know, a 1.5 ton IBC inside strapped down to, that ain't gonna go nowhere. And that will allow me to keep the heat off of it and also keep the sunlight off of it, but still enough room for me to go inside there and work on it. So hook up fittings to it, send a pipe in, stuff like that. So like normally this is not something I would get. I don't have $159.95 more with tax, but because I'm getting it for nothing, why not? That would suck. And then here is my panini press, or tortilla press. So it's made of acacia wood. The reviews are fantastic. They say it's like the Rolls Royce. You don't normally see 5 stars. Usually it's, you know, usually it's 4.5. This is 4.8. Everybody just outright loves this thing. So if you done you're in trouble. That's bad. Dad joke time. But yeah, this looks really nice. So I'm gonna have a panini press or tortilla press, so I can make my own tortillas. I was like, that's awesome. And apparently you can make the dough in batches and put it in an airtight container, and it'll hold for a week in the fridge. So like, you know, on the weekend I can make up a bunch of them, stick them in the fridge, and then whenever we want to make something with tortilla, we just pull one out, put it in the press, and away we go. So yeah, got some cool stuff coming. I can't wait for this to get here. When's this going to get here? It's going to get here. It doesn't tell me. Probably tells me in the main screen. But well, like I said, I don't have to. They're not expensive. But there is one advantage to there is one advantage to making them yourself. The flour, if you store it correctly, it lasts forever. So I can, with a press, I can stockpile masa. You know, I can buy 20, 30 pounds of it and just, you know, FIFO, keep cycling it. Exactly. Like I say, I have no money, but so I'm money poor, but I'm resource rich because I have access to stuff. I have so much stuff. It's borderline disgusting. As a reviewer, I end up with I'm number 347 on Amazon. I am number 347 reviewer on Amazon. That's ludicrous. Out of hundreds of thousands of people, I'm number 347. I keep bouncing between 340 and 360. Breaking through past that's a little difficult, I guess. But as a well, for the same reason I have 160 3D printers, I end up with many of things. I have 3 water buffaloes. I have 6 air fryers. I have 4 microwaves. You know, I have like 3 leaf blowers. I have just I got 4 string trimmers. I mean, I got like 4 different sets of drills and impact guns. And but as a reviewer, that's what I do. You know, I get 3 or 4 of the same thing, try them all out, and now I can compare them. You know, I can tell you, okay, this one compares this well to a DeWalt, or this one the Tack Life compares this well to the what's that brand I like? This guy here. I love these guys. This is one of my favorite little guns. Polituo. I love these guys. They're great. This little impact gun is just wonderful. It's lightweight. I still haven't charged it since I got it. I use it almost every day, and I still haven't charged it. I actually got the other tools that they have. They had a polisher and a drill and a 3/8 impact gun. I actually got them all because I want more batteries. I don't need the other tools. This is the only one I really need. The Midas Plague story? No, I haven't. But I got the extra tools because I want the batteries. So now I have 6 batteries that are compatible with these tools. And I don't have to buy batteries. But it's a wonderful little gun for putting all the furniture I've assembled and crap like that. Oh, it's wonderful. Yeah, very similar to the M12 battery. And I'm wondering if I can adapt them. It would be nice if I can make an adapter to be able to use other batteries. I hate the fact that each of them uses a different kind of battery. You know, here's one of the other brands. You know, this is Hammerhead. So I have a 2-piece set for these. I have their drill and I have their impact gun. And now I might actually be putting these up for sale soon. I am well past the 6 months on these, so I can actually sell these. I really don't need that many power tools. I mean, the only off-brand power tool I need is this one, because I can't afford the little tiny Milwaukee M12 impact gun. Ever since I got to use someone's little M12 Milwaukee, I've wanted a little tiny impact gun so bad. I mean, I love my DeWalt tools, but they're so goddamn heavy. Yeah, you see my little tree? I actually had to toss that tree up there because the cats would not stop ripping the damn leaves off of it. Yeah. Sell it as a sex toy. I'm gonna check eBay tonight. I'm gonna check eBay tonight. I am so bad. I'm gonna check eBay tonight. I'm gonna see if anybody's actually selling them and it's worth it. Oh my god, I'm crazy. Use an impact gun. This way, when she clenches, she gets the extra bump. We are getting way too close to R-rated here. We need to chill. I was just thinking I wasn't going to go there. I wasn't going to go to saws. Oh my god, especially the little handy saws, the little mini ones. Oh my god. Oh, we're going to hell. We are so going to hell. Well, that's a natty state for you. But so I end up with a lot of stuff, and the problem is, well, first of all, I'm not allowed to sell it, and if I make a habit of selling it openly, I'll get in trouble. They'll just boot me out of the program, and that would suck. But most of the stuff has no resale value. I mean, people argue with me saying, well, it's worth about what it was when you bought it. Oh, yeah? Go ahead and try to sell it. Something like this has some resale value. Oh, I don't care. Screw them. But something like this, especially if I have a set, you know, the two-piece set with the batteries and stuff like that, something like this has some resale value, but it's garage sale resale value. This is a little bit more. So if these were $100 new, maybe I can get $40 for them. I might be able to get $40, maybe, especially because they're so clean. You know, I don't get them dirty. You know, I have so many of them that none of them get truly abused enough to actually show significant wear. And this is a brand on Amazon called Polituo. Polituo. Here, right here. What's that right there? Great little gun. I really do love this thing. Let me give you a link. I gotta start now. I've just got this a few weeks ago, so I don't like posting links to stuff until I know it's good, it's usable. I don't want to post links to garbage and then find out later I told you guys to buy garbage. And but so far I am loving this thing. P-U-L-I-T-U-O. Here we go. Yeah. It's scamish. Yeah, and it's only it's $44 and there's a 10% coupon. So it's $40. You can't buy the M12 battery for $40. I mean, I would love to have the little Milwaukee the same thing Milwaukee, the little quarter-inch, you know, the little quarter-inch impact gun from Milwaukee. Thing's wonderful. And this here, I consider this to be 90% as good. To be 90% as good as the Milwaukee. It's got the light, it's got the replaceable battery, it's got the dock charger, you know, you insert the battery in to charge it. You know, it's just a good little unit, and it's $40. It's $40. I mean, if you go to a construction site and try to use this, you're probably not going to be happy. But if you're building IKEA furniture, if you're doing stuff around the house, you're putting up decorations, you're repairing small stuff around the house and stuff like that, it's perfect for 99% of us. And it's so cheap and so small. I use this more than I use my DeWalt. I love my DeWalt tools. I really do. And if I get a chance to grab another DeWalt tool, I do, because they all use the same battery. But my DeWalt impact gun is heavy. It's big, it's bulky, and it's heavy. This weighs like 30% less, and it's half the size. So it weighs less, and it's smaller. It's much more compact, easier to put down and use. And you know something? If I drop this and smash it, it's $40 for a new one, and the battery's probably still going to be okay. It's just... Yeah, the little one is just handy. Because, well, when I have a big job, I grab the DeWalt. But most of my jobs aren't big. It's putting together my Pagwood paper organizer. It's putting together my cat tree. It's putting together my, the cat litter box cover. It's putting together Michelle's dresser. It's little stuff. In which case, I don't even need to change bits. I love these bits. I'm going to make a tool section tonight. I love these bits so much. They're impact rated. You buy them in 5-packs usually. And this will fit both the, what are they called? Anderson or Peterson, the square drive, the number 2 square drive. So this will fit most of your Phillips screws and your square drive screws. This fits both. It is so fucking convenient. I won't buy anything else. I keep them lying. Oh, here we go. Here's the pack right here from Bosch. These things are the shit. They are the cat's meow. These things are so wonderful. God, I love these things. I won't use anything else unless I have to, because they are just so handy, because I got square drives and Phillips all over the place, and this fits both. Oh, I love it. Bosch, I could kiss you for making those. Probably other people make the same things, but I'm pretty sure they're impact rated. I thought they were. Yeah, impact tough. But you combine this little $40 gun with this set of bits, and you can do damn near everything, man. It's great. Yeah, the tri-lobe bullshit. Apple. I'll definitely read that. But yeah, I love this. I mean, look at the size difference. I mean, it's just such a big difference in size. And this is actually pretty light. This is almost as heavy as this. But this is a lightweight tool. And, it's 1/4 inch. It's a quick release 1/4 inch chuck. I have all the little adapters, so I can put sockets on here. I can put drill bits on here. I have a 1/4 inch chuck drill bit set. I have a 1/4 inch chuck socket set. I have 1/4 inch adapters, so I can use my 1/4, 3/8, and 1/2 inch sockets on this unit here. So as long as I'm doing light duty work, I can use this for everything. It's very, very handy. Okay. What's the best camera in the world? What's the best camera in the world? This is the best camera in the world. Do you know why this is the best camera in the world? Because you have it. The best camera in the world is the one you have on you. Because you could have a $10,000 SLR, and if it's sitting at home on a shelf while you're looking at something you want a picture of, it's worthless. The best tool is the one you have on you. So this is small and convenient, so you're gonna keep it around. So it ends up being your most used tool because it's small and convenient. But yeah, that's cool. That's one of the reasons I like this tiny little printer. It's so small, I can put it anywhere. Like, it takes up no space. Yeah, me too. I got the high output one. When I blew the tire on the bus, and we had to change the tire, and I saw him pull out this cordless Milwaukee impact gun and pop those 33 millimeter semi-truck lug nuts off the bus, I was like, I want one. I'm like, I want that. Now you have to be careful because they have two versions. They have the medium torque, and they have the high torque. You got to make sure you get the high torque. It costs almost twice as much. It's like 50% more or something like that. What I did is I bought the I got the gun used, no batteries, and then I bought aftermarket battery and chargers and stuff for it, so I was able to get it affordably. But yeah, when I first got to the house here, it's one of the first things I bought as soon as I got here. And aren't they great? These things are, I love these bits so much. These are just wonderful. And I keep a pack here. I have a pack in my bedroom. I have a pack in the car because if you ever lose one, it's like you're like lost without it. So I always keep packs lying around, so I never have to worry about not having one. Because most of my outdoor screws are the Anderson bits, the square drive, and most of my furniture bit screws are Phillips, and this does 90% of all of them. And but yeah, for $40, it's $43.99 with a 10% coupon, so that's $4.40 off. So you'll get it for $39.59 plus tax. It's $40. It's an impulse buy. It's so cheap. It's an impulse buy. Now, of course, hey, this could die in a month. I don't know. But so far, I mean, I've been using the shit out of this thing, and so far it's holding up just fine. And, yeah, it's fun. So I got to be careful how I get rid of stuff. And then, of course, you have the issue of, well, if I'm only going to get $10 for it, I'm just going to keep it. You know, it's just not worth selling for $10. It's just not even worth my time. You know, I'll leave one in a different vehicle to have, you know, in the car. I'll leave one on the table in the shop. And, I don't know. All I know is follow the white rabbit. You know, take the red pill. Mr. Anderson. He was such a good villain. He was a non-villain villain. You know, he wasn't really a villain in the traditional sense. You know, it was kind of interesting. The AI was a villain, but Smith wasn't really a villain. He was kind of weird. You know, he was one of those weird characters who's not really a villain. Are Pazis the one with the Phillips bit with the little extra teeth from Japan? That's a Japanese bit, I think. All right, it's 4:07. I want to get to the post office and get that stuff. So I want to process it tonight because I want to make a trash run tomorrow. So I got to plug the car in tonight so I can make a trash run. And because the boxes I currently have and the boxes I'm about to pick up should be enough to fill the trailer. And although I have 2 people who want boxes, so I'm going to give them a chance to come and get them. I'm just programmed that way. But yeah. Now, is this printer going to replace an Ender 3? Fuck no. Is it worth it for $115 to toy around with, and you actually get legitimate, decent output out of it? Yes. I think it is. It's got a legit hot end. It's got a legit feeder. It uses actual stepper motors, and the printer output is consistent, and so far it's proving reliable. It's also pretty darn fast. I run it at 45 millimeters per second, but remember, you're printing 4 times the amount of plastic, so it's still twice as fast as your typical 60 millimeter per second print, because I'm printing 0.6 millimeter wide with 0.4 millimeter layer heights. So at that rate, prints happen faster even when you slow down the speed. And now it's got me interested. How small can I make a 3D printer? Like, I'm wondering, could I get some 10 millimeter rails and make a little tiny printer? Like, how small can you go and have something usable? Like, what I'm wondering is, how small can I make a machine that has a 100 by 100 by 150 build volume? How close can I get that? Like, could I fit that inside of a space this big? Possibly. It would take some custom parts and stuff like that, but now I'm curious. Now I really want to see, can I make a truly all metal, really? No, I want all metal. I want proper stepper motors. I want aluminum extrusions. I want a industrial printer that I can abuse, that I can really put to work, but I want to make it small. Exactly. So pancake motors, small rails, not 2020, 1010. You know, go small. How small can I make it? How small can I make the print carriage? Do they make smaller print heads? Are there hot ends that are smaller? Now, I can get small 30 millimeter fans, but can I get a hot end smaller than a Creality hot end? Can I get something more compact? I don't know. But I asked him to send me a replacement gear. I think he's sending me an entire printer. He says, I'm sending you another printer. I guess he likes my videos. I haven't even posted my review yet. It's going to get a glowing review. I love this thing. I'm in love with it. I'm enamored by it. Well, see, I want something better built, though. I want something more like, you know, these aluminum extrusion printers like the Genius Pro and the Ender 3. You know, I want something that, you know, I can literally take the printer and drop it in the back of the car and not worry about killing it. and something that will hold up. You know, something that is rigid enough for fine detail prints, for high quality prints. You know, something that I can run at 80 millimeters per second, that I don't have to slow down like I do with this one here. And Hero 101, Hero 101 is the only printer that I would actually call junk. And I wanted to like that printer. I wanted to like it. Although its primary problem is the filament stepper motor. It didn't have enough torque. It couldn't push the filament. So I want to try to design my own little printer. You know, 100 by 100 by 150 millimeters would allow me, well, maybe 110 millimeters, because I want to be able to do 4-inch things. So most of my rocket parts are 4 inches or less. Very few of my rockets need a part bigger than 4 inches. So a 4.1 inch print volume would allow me to do all of my, even up to my 3 and 4 inch rockets, my nose cones, my centering rings, my engine retainers, my rail guide buttons. It would allow me to my avionics bays, my camera mounts. That would allow me to print everything. Why do I want to make it so small? Because then I could bring 3 or 4 of them with me. If I can fit 3 or 4 of these in the space of an Ender 3, then, you know, when people come up to me and say, I need parts, I'll have 4 stations available to print parts. And if I put 0.6 or maybe even 0.8 millimeter nozzles, that's the other thing. Imagine a little 4-inch printer with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. You think, why? Well, because I don't give a fuck how pretty a centering ring is. What I care about is how quickly can I get it out. With a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, I can whip out a centering ring in probably 10 minutes. Versus this printer that would take 40 or 50 minutes. You know, with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle and a centering ring is all vertical walls, I can print a 1.2 millimeter extrusion, 2 perimeters, 20% infill, and 0.6 or maybe even 0.7 millimeter layer height. The whole centering ring would be 8 layers. You could print very quickly at that rate. Even at 25 millimeters per second, that print would take 10 or 15 minutes. And so having one machine dedicated to 1.2 millimeter nozzles, 2 machines dedicated to 0.6 millimeter nozzles, and the 4th machine with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, you know, a normal nozzle for doing the fine prints like motor retainers that have threads. With that 4 machine setup, I can print out parts that I can sell people on the field pretty darn quickly. Oh, really? Which printer is that? Send me a link if you got it. I'm subscribed to Linus Tech Tips, so I'll check that out too. All right, it's 4:15. I gotta go. I don't want to miss my postal pickup today, so I will see you guys later. Thank you very much for joining in. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Francis, for joining my Patreon. I appreciate that greatly. Hang on, I'm closing windows here. So I can end the stream correctly. But yeah, I would really love to print a super tiny printer. And one of the ways they got this printer to be so small, you got to see this. This is cool. I was like, how did they make this printer so small? Let me show you how. This is how. The stepper motor for the X-axis is in the middle of the carriage. And then it uses 3 pulleys, maybe 4. You got 2 there. And then you have 1 over here. This allows it to keep, and the 4th one is the actual stepper motor right there. Okay. This allows them to keep the entire printer almost within its build volume. it allows you to keep because a large portion of the size of these printers is the bits that stick out the ends. Well, if I adapt that kind of a setup to that kind of a construction, I won't need any of this to stick out the ends of the printer, which would allow me to make the printer much, much more compact. So I'm hoping to adopt some of the little trickery they use with the pulleys to make the carriage smaller, but using extrusions. So that would be really cool. So that's what I'm hoping. And they do the same thing with the bottom, I think. No, the bottom is conventional, but that's pretty easy to keep within the volume. That's not that hard. And so I can easily expand that build volume a little bit. But yeah, it's a really cool design. So I'm hoping. Plus, a tiny printer is something I might be able to budget. Maybe. It would still be a tough budget, but I might be able to do that. Especially if I can get some parts off Vince. Or maybe get some manufacturers to donate some parts. If I can make it a project kind of thing. But I don't like asking for donations unless I'm going to have real progress, because obviously the manufacturers want results. And M3 Nano, I'll check that out too. But one of the things I like about these extrusion printers, they're rigid, they're simple, and here's the important part, they're serviceable. They're very easy to work on, repair, fix, and replace parts. This printer would be a little tough to work on. It's serviceable, but it would be a little hard because you got plastic parts, you're inside this tight area, it's hard to work on, while like the Ender 3 is one of the easiest to maintain printers there is. Everything's out in the open, and the laundry's just hanging out. So it's a lot easier to work on. So, all right, I'm going to go to the post office. I want to get my stuff. Can't. I need specialized parts. I need a micro hot end. I need a micro heat sink. I need little fans. I need little extrusions. I need everything to be tinier so that I can make the whole entire machine tinier. I might even start off with a plastic printer, even if it doesn't work, just to work on the kinematics, the engineering, the scaling, the angles, to get all that right before I start cutting aluminum, because that can get expensive if you have to keep recutting because you keep screwing up. So, maybe do it out of plastic first, just to test fitment, to make sure the kinematics work, stuff like that. So we'll see. I'll work on it. It's something I would like to work on. It's something I would have fun working on. So I hope. And of course, I'll open source the whole damn thing. All right. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great day. Thank you so much for joining in. I appreciate it. Do we have anybody on here? Let me double check. And nope, nobody here. But thank you, Francis, for joining my Patreon. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. You guys have a wonderful day. I will see you later.